views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight. I screwed up and didn't change the title, but I'm doing it at this time. I want to thank you for tuning in. I'm your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. Today is February the 15th, 2024. And happy Black History Month, guys. I don't think I said that on the last show, but it is Black History, and we do honor and respect the fact that we are where we are because of our ancestors and people who paved the way for us to do what we're doing now. And I mean, you can't take that away from history is history, and people, what's happening, Jermaine, and whether you want to acknowledge it or not, people have fought and sacrificed a lot for us to just be up here and enjoy this time that we're having. Whether you enjoy it or not, I don't know, but it is what it is. And I just changed the title of the show for Fani Willis for president. Fani Willis for president. I watched. I didn't watch the entire trial because I was kind of busy today, but I was watching snippets of what was going on there, and this country there's something wrong. There's something. It's off its axis. Something is not right with this country, because here you have this. What is it? State attorney, district attorney, Fani Willis, and she's heading up one of the biggest cases in American history, guys. District attorney Fani Willis is heading up one of the biggest cases in American history, right? Spotlight all on her. Oh, well, let me give you guys the phone number and stuff like that. All right, yeah, I'm Tyrone. And welcome to the show. If you want to tune in to the show, you can call the number at 717-908-1834, and I'll get you on the line. If you have anything that you want to bring to the table, I'm totally open to your ideas, so you can insert to the conversation or whatever, and then we can get it in like that. I don't have a problem with sharing the mic, if you will. So if you want to call in, join the conversation, just call the number and I'll get you in here. And yeah, that's it. I want to make sure my live stream is open and my audio is working, because a lot of times I start these broadcasts and I can't hear myself, or the audio goes out, or my streaming software acts up. Okay, yeah, so that's working. Everything seems to be working fine. Where was I at? There's a lot of things going on in the country. Black America, the conscious community, or whatever you want to call them, Black social media, they're all caught up in these comedy beefs. Shannon Sharp, Shay Shay Club Shay Shay. I don't know why he named that, but Club Shay Shay and Monique and Cat Williams and all of that kind of crap. And it's things that don't freaking mean a hill of beans, and I get the entertainment value of that because there's a little bit of history there behind the association between those people and what they went through and all of that kind of stuff. I get it. But the more important issues to me in society is what they're doing in politics, because that does affect us. It affects every one of us and the decision makers, and how they conduct themselves. So that's important. And what's going on in politics and these people, these people that are in charge, it's pathetic. I mean, I am a while back I told y'all that the Republican Party was through. I said that when Donald Trump got elected and he started doing what he was doing, that was it for the Republican Party. The Republican Party don't exist no more. It don't. I don't know what you call the politics on the right now, and the American government or the American society, they're trying to force the existence of an opposition party that, like they used to have. But you cannot force stupid. You cannot make the Republicans be the Republicans that people used to seeing, right? You can't force that. And because they are Trumpists and cult followers, right? They now exist in this bubble to where it's just crazy land. It is crazy land. And I'm saying that to watch the impeachment of the Homeland Security guy, Mayorkas or whatever his name is. I'm saying that watching the George Santos lose his seat. I'm saying that with the ejection of the House Speaker, which I've never seen done. I'm saying that when they got House representative like Matt Gaetz that is clearly accused of child sex trafficking. The list goes on and on and on and on and on, right? And I guess everybody talked about Fani Willis today. I'm going to start the show by looking at Truth Social. Hold on. How do I do this? I want to add a browser to my thing that I'm seeing here. So I click plus. Hold on. Window capture, right? And then I'll get that's it right there. That's the one right there. So we'll look at this. This is Truth Social. And the reason that I'm bringing it up is because the guy that is in the lead for the nomination for President of the United States comes here and spends a lot of his time writing these little things that he writes, like tweeting. So it's in our interest to know what's on this guy's mind. And this is Truth Social. This is Donald Trump. And let's see what he's been up to for the past couple of minutes, I guess. He says Fani Willis paid cash. She got free trips and other things from her lover with the exorbitant amount of money she authorized to be paid to him, a giant scam witch hunt, right? And that's because I was getting ready to talk about Fani Willis earlier, but I'm going to talk about her in a minute. But this is Trump's response to what happened today. The radical left Democrats are pushing these fake lawsuits hard. Why didn't they bring them 3 years ago? Election interference. Then here's the truth ad, guys. Pay attention to what they're advertising. Ivermectin for COVID-19, right? You see the ads on the hydroxychloroquine, right? This is True Social. This is True Social. Donald Trump. This is not a prosecution. It's a persecution. These are the things that are being posted on True Social by the leader of the Republican Party. Why is that significant, Tyrone? It's because, like I said earlier, America has lost its ever-loving fucking mind. America has lost its mind. If people can't see that this criminal, this rapist, and that's what he was charged with. This is not no alleged stuff. Eugene Carroll's assault was considered a rape. If this swindler, if this grifter, if this person who cheats on his wife while he's pregnant, if this person who has 91 felonies, who's broken the law, who's tried to overthrow the government, right? If this person, why the hell is the Republican Party still promoting this guy, right? And this is how it goes into Fani Willis. Because Fani Willis is a honorable district attorney who's worked her way up the ladder, has an impeccable record, right? She is without scandal. And because of this person who owns Truth Social is in the hot seat, and Fani Willis got her laser on Trump, and they couldn't find anything wrong with Fani Willis. They couldn't find no flaws. They couldn't find no dirt. They couldn't find anything wrong with the person that is prosecuting this criminal. They had to try to drag her into court by examining her personal relationships. I'm telling you, this country is crazy. There is no reason we should have been looking at Fani Willis talking about a lover today. There is no reason that we should have been hearing about Mr. Wade's cancer. Right? From what I seen and what I gathered, the misconduct that the other side was trying to prove was not proven today. What I seen today was a professional woman who knew her stuff and actually made it look bad for the other team. But because Donald Trump is the front runner for the so-called Republican Party or the MAGA Party, they have to find a way to tear down Mr. Wade and Fani Willis and try to disrupt the case. This is actually interference in Fani Willis's case. Now, will they look at it like that? Perhaps not. Perhaps not. And we all know what this boiled down to. Because I've never seen a time, y'all can correct me, in a case that a man, let alone a man ever been treated like this that was already in the middle of a case. Never. Because she's a woman and because she's a black woman, the other side feel like they can just throw mud up against the wall, salacious gossip, hearsay about the district attorney, and drag them in the courtroom so the public opinion of Miss Fani Willis can be swayed, right? Because to be honest with you, I have to give Donald Trump credit because that's how he got all his power, through public opinion. And the strategy here, guys, is to muddy Fani Willis's reputation up in the public. And the public, the MAGA base, is going to get on Twitter, social media, and all kind of other places and just muddy Fani Willis up. Now, she haven't did anything wrong. And potentially that could have consequences on the judge's decision. That's what's going on here. Because they couldn't find anything wrong with Fani Willis. So they had to dig into her relationships. And the relationship that her and the Mr. Wade had, there was nothing wrong with it. There was nothing wrong with them dating. There was nothing wrong with them going on trips. There was nothing wrong with what they did. You know, and to back up what I'm saying, if you notice the commentary after Fani Willis got on the stand, and she was hot now. She was hot. That is what they was talking about, was her attitude. That's all they talked. It was like, well, she should have approached it like that. Nah, that's exactly the way she should have approached it. Getting drugged into a damn divorce that she ain't even married in, and then accusing her of things that is not true. Yeah, she should have been hot, but because it's a black woman that showed emotions, that's the kind of things that was criticized. Not that they brought forth evidence. Not that they proved that there was any misconduct. They want to talk about how angry she is. And she was angry. And she had every right to be angry, because there is nowhere in the world that in the middle of what she's doing with Donald Trump and the Georgia election case, there is no way that she should have been sitting on that stand testifying today. None. What's up, Frodo and Miss MJ? How y'all doing tonight? What else we got? Well, like I said, we got Monique, and we got I don't know. You know what? I'm tired of Monique. Listen, sister, I want you to get what you got, you know. And I'm tired of Cat Williams. I'm tired of all these comics that's pulling people apart and out here on social media just dividing people. You know, I know people don't take it that serious, but I mean, it takes up too much space. And I think that instead of talking about comedy beefs, there's more important things that can be talked about, you know? I don't know. I wish Shannon Sharp would stop wearing them tight clothes. I'm not gonna. I guess he's a big man, so he's got to wear them tight ass clothes. But I mean, come on, Shay Shay. I don't know, Shay Shay. Maybe that's why they call you Shay Shay. He's a huge dude now. But anyway, I guess he found a platform to where he could get black people on the couch and and start, having conversations. But what I look at it as is mostly entertaining, right? With Shannon Sharp, and that's what he left the football arena, and he wanted to get into entertainment. YouTube is a free platform, and he has name notoriety. So of course, celebrities is his target, and that's what he's doing. So more power to him. But the controversy that is caused by those interviews is just, I think it's, I don't know. I think it's kind of reckless, But then again, that's just my opinion, because I don't listen to sports, but I'm pretty sure they were having the same type of conversation when it comes to sports and all that kind of stuff. People are divisive. They choose their own teams and all that kind of stuff. So you know, I just wish that it's too divisive. Um, we had another mass shooting yesterday. We had another mass shooting. As the Kansas City Chiefs, I think they was trying to celebrate their victory. There was a mass shooting, and there was quick. It was odd to me. They were quick to come out this time and say that it wasn't a terrorist act and it was a beef gone bad or something that they were saying before they even knew what was going on. And this is what the AP headline says. It says, let me put this in the other browser because I don't like this. But this is what the AP headline says. It says dispute may have led to mass shooting after the Chiefs Super Bowl parade, police say. And once again, I listened to the news after the shooting, and I know my message is small and it's just like me talking, but can somebody please tell these motherfucking police that nobody gives a fuck about them doing their jobs after somebody commits a crime? They spend so much time stroking the egos of these police officers. And it's just it's sickening to me every time I hear these interviews now, because they tell us how they ran into the face of danger, how they was on the scene in such a time, and all of this kind of shit. They said that there was over 600 police officers at this event. That is one stat that they probably should not have said, because if you got over 600 police officers at this event and there was still a mass shooting, what the fuck is all them damn guns for? Huh? Ain't that what they like to say? Ain't that what Sarge like to say? The only way you can stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Well, there was 600 supposed good guys with the gun and they didn't stop shit. The logic behind gun control in this country is crazy to me, and how they respond to these mass shootings is just freaking nuts. When they start stroking the egos of these police officers, no one gives a shit. You signed up for the job. When I was a soldier and we did our job, I didn't expect to walk down the street every day and say, "Oh, you did a good damn job doing your mission. We really appreciate the time that you've taken to protect our country." Oh, shut the fuck up. I was at work. They're at work. The reason that they have guns is for instances like this right here. You know, all this ego stroking of the police is just getting on my damn nerve. You know, I'm not saying that there's not a need for police officers, and only good police officers, of course. I don't want to hear these bad police officers that you constantly see every day on social media. I mean, no, but in other words, there was a mass shooting. Focus should have been on the victims first, right? And what caused the motherfucking problem. The problem is caused because we don't have any control over fucking guns in this country. The citizens have more controls over guns, more control than the police officers that's supposed to be protecting us. And that's back-assward. There are no regulations on guns. Anybody can have a gun. Anybody that's mad at a Kansas Chief game, anybody's mad that you're black, anybody's mad that you're wearing the colors red or blue, anybody's mad that they stumped their motherfucking toe, somebody could have had bad soup last night and get pissed off and grab a goddamn gun because the soup was fucking nasty. There is no control over guns in this country. And it's all due to the misreading and the crazy ass interpretation of a couple of words that we had a conversation about last week. How many words is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 words. All because the most advanced country in the world cannot read 27 fucking words where it says a well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That does not mean that you have the ability to show the fuck up at a Kansas City Chief parade and just start shooting people. That don't mean that you have the right to stand on a fucking building and start plowing bullets down into a crowd. That don't mean that you're Kyle Rittenhouse that show up to protest and start killing innocent people. That doesn't mean that you're Dylan Roof where you can show up to a church and just start shooting people. It don't even mean that if you're the police officer who murdered Tamir Rice that you can roll up on his ass and murder him. That does not mean that you're George Zimmerman. Those 27 words does not mean that. But because of these words in the Constitution and Supreme Court's decisions interpreting the word and twisting the word, we have to talk about news like that just happened in Kansas City over and over and over and over again. This shit is getting tiring. Let's go over this. This says the Kansas City, Missouri, the mass shooting that unfolded amid throngs of people in Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl celebration killing one person and wounding almost 24 others, appeared to stem from a dispute between several people, authorities said on Thursday. Why is that in the first paragraph? Because they're trying to tamp down the terrorism that exists in the United States because of this unfeathered access to fucking weapons. They want to tell you that it was a dispute and not another terrorist act that happened in America. That's what this was. Terrorism. You can you can parse the definition of terrorism all you want to, but whenever you see the face of them people running in terror, whenever you are at that event and you hear those gunshots and you're terrified at the gun shooting, right? Even the police was terrified. Now we can dispute about whether or not it got a political mean behind the shooters. We don't give a shit. What are they politics? What do you mean by political aim? It doesn't matter. It was a terrorist attack that happened in the United States of America that they're labeling a dispute between several people. The police chief, Stacey Graves, said 22 people were injured Wednesday, ranged between the ages of 8 and 47, with half under 16. A mother of 2 was killed. That was a terrorist attack. But they're labeling it a dispute. The police said that they detained 3 juveniles, but released 1 who they determined was not involved in the shooting, leaving 2 in custody. What? Are you telling me that we have so many guns in this country that our police officers are worried that juveniles are shooting up fucking parades? No charges have been found. Police are looking for others who may have been involved and are calling for witnesses, victims, and people with cell phone video of the violence to call a dedicated hotline. We are working to determine the involvement of others, and it should be noted we have recovered several firearms. This incident is still very active, Graves said in a news conference. God damn it. Listen, they recovered several firearms. They took into custody juveniles. I want y'all to listen to what the fuck the key goddamn words is and how these motherfucking dumbasses in this country's misinterpretation of the goddamn separate Second Amendment is allowing, according to this news article, juveniles to get their hands on weapons so they can show up at a parade and have a fucking dispute and shoot and kill 1 mother of 2 and injure 22 others. This damn country is crazy. What else do it say? Oh, these are pictures of the event. I don't think I'm gonna read the whole article. What's that, confetti? The bottom line is this is sad. You know, it's and you know, I can sit up here and yell and rant all day about gun access in this country. but we see what it is, and it was the conversation was explored last week. I don't know if you guys paid attention, but the conversation that me and Sarge had, if you take Sarge out of the picture and just replace him with white America, the conversation was is that so it's not questioned that white America can have access to any type of firearm that they want at any time. That's why the laws in this country exist the way they do, because of the fear that something is going to go on to change white supremacy in this country. They want access to firearm because bullets instead of diplomacy solves things for them. Violence solves things for them. You can't have a intellectual conversation to negotiate positions of society. So they pull out the guns. That's why the Second Amendment was misconstrued, is because white supremacy and white male patriarchy, uh, they need that ace in the hole. You know, as archaic as it is, that gives them strength. You know, there wouldn't have been no Proud Boys march or no KKK march or no Oath Keepers march if they didn't know that they had a stash of weapons somewhere. You won't have no Trump rallies or KKK meetings if they didn't know. If they knew that they didn't have access to weapons, they wouldn't show the fuck up and talk all that shit. That's just the bottom line. That's just the bottom line. So, and with that attitude, that's the reason that we have so many guns in this country, and that's what caused another mass shooting in America in 2024. You know, we starting this year off kind of it's just terrible, guys. I mean, every time I think about these mass shootings, I just it's almost like, okay, so what the fuck was the point of living all of these years if the society is not going to improve? If we're going to keep going back and not do anything about, I'm trying to find out how many mass shootings was in 2024 so far, because I know we haven't we haven't talked about it. This thing said almost 5,000 people have died in the United States from gun violence so far in 2024. Now that's just gun violence, it's not mass shooting, but still, that's a terrible damn record, guys. That's a terrible record. So I guess this is the AP. No, this is, what is this? Oh, this is ABC. Hold on, let me grab this. Put that one here. There we go. Yeah, this is ABC News saying over 5,000 people have died in the United States to gun violence so far in 2024. And what the Republicans are worried about is impeaching the Homeland Security guy at the southern border, Mayorkas. They're worried about impeaching Joe Biden that don't have any high crimes and misdemeanors. They're worried about Hunter Biden's nude pictures. They're worried about trying to make up stuff and oppose border security. They're worried about Donald Trump becoming president again, even though he's a criminal and a sex abuser. and he paid a porn star off, uh, and he ripped the citizens of New York off, um, and he tried to steal the 2020 election. They're worried about trying to make that man president, and he's allies with Vladimir Putin. Clearly, that right there should stop Americans. I don't. Listen. We live in. I know I'm rambling all over the place, but we live in a universe that just is backwards. When I don't know when Americans became friends with Vladimir Putin, one of the most vicious war criminals that treats his people with. People are scared. They got Russian state TV. You can't watch what you want to in Russia. You don't have the freedom to say anything against Vladimir Putin. He locks up his political enemies. He kills people that don't agree with him. And Donald Trump is promoting this guy. As a matter of fact, Donald Trump just made news. Let me find the article so I won't lie. He invited Vladimir Putin to attack NATO allies. I couldn't believe it when he said it. Oh, here's an article that says it, but what? Trump says he would encourage Russia to attack NATO allies who pay too little for NATO. And all of them dummies sitting in the background cheering that shit on. I've never heard of any American. So, do y'all know that NATO was formed? Hell, I think it was formed by America after what, World War II, so we could have Hitler not invade the way he did before. I don't know what the hell wrong with these people. Let me see. I don't want to get this wrong. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was after World War II. Anyway, after Hitler got doing whatever the fuck he was doing in Germany, killing all those people and coming and damn near taking over the damn world, these countries came together and they said, we gonna back each other up. We ain't gonna allow one of us to be pushed over, and this is our protection against a tyrant, a dictator, individual on this planet that might get the idea or the notion to try to take over the world again. This is why we're forming, and I'm roughly giving y'all what the hell NATO stand for, but it's a group of countries saying, okay, well, we're gonna protect each other, and if anybody mess with any of us, we're going to step in and defend each other. And they've stood on that ever since NATO was formed. It looked like 1949, 74 years ago. But we having a presidential frontrunner in our country that is saying if any of the members of NATO don't pay enough, then he would encourage Vladimir Putin to attack them. Now, I wonder what Sarge would say about that. I wonder what Sarge would say about Donald Trump encouraging Russia to attack NATO. This was not no slip of a tongue. It was not no joke. He actually said it in his own words. As a matter of fact, he repeated it over and over again at different campaign stops. So how the fuck can you be an American and actually and actually support Donald Trump when he's saying stupid shit like this? I don't get it. I don't even know what I was talking about, but that threw me off whenever he said that. Hold on, let me see if he's my line. If y'all want to call in, y'all can call in. Y'all know, y'all can see me talking about shit. You can hit *61 dial 717-908-1834, and I'll get you on the line here. I just come on here on Thursday, so you know people can enjoy themselves. But yeah, I don't know how the fuck the Republican Party is standing by Donald Trump whenever he says things like this. Who's this unknown caller?
Yeah, Tyrone, it's me. How are you, sir?
Hey, what's going on, Mr. Solutions? How you doing?
All right. I hear you ranting and raving. By the way, I heard Trump make that statement, and that was a hyperbolic statement, Tyrone. What he was really saying, the thrust of his point was that the NATO members should carry their own weight. They should pay. That was the emphasis of his expression. Now, he did say that, what you just said he said, that he would encourage a country to attack them. But that was just hyperbole.
No, he said he would encourage Russia to attack them.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
So
the point
you're
is,
okay with that?
Well, what I'm okay with is going back to the central point, and that is they should pay their share. Let me just say this. Anytime someone doesn't pay their legitimate share, and that's in quotation marks, there are consequences, right? The whole purpose for establishing NATO, it's an alliance of countries to protect each other based upon their participation in NATO. And Tyrone, you can actually find out, and I wish you had done this, it would have made your argument seems more legitimate, how much was said country owing? How much was each country supposed to participate? I'm not sure that is financially. I'm not sure of how they calculated it. But, you know, when Trump kind of lowered Thor's hammer, they did pay up because the U.S. was carrying all the financial responsibility for the slacker NATO nations, right?
Okay, so I don't agree with anything you're saying. But
you don't agree with the facts either. Tell me where I'm wrong. What am I wrong about?
You're wrong about agreeing that it's okay to use threats of Russia to encourage other NATO members to pay their share. You're wrong about using that tactic to get other members of NATO to pay their fair share. What should happen?
Let me ask you this: should they pay their fair share?
Well, if you would let me finish my answer, I was getting to that. What should happen is some type of negotiation amongst the members. It should be brought forward, and they actually be forced to pay whatever they owe. But you don't use Russia as a threat to somebody who you formed a union with to go against people like Vladimir Putin. That don't make no damn sense, Mr. Solution.
Well, are you say when you're finished because you ramble on, but it's okay. Thank you. Well, look, I don't I don't think it was the best statement. Okay, I will concur with that. But I understanding English and understanding the point that he was making, that his real point was not that anybody should attack them. The point is for them to pay their effing bills so that they will be right standing and paid up members of NATO.
Well, there you go. Now understanding him again because he did say Russia should
Wait a minute before you run on. I'm just asking you. See, because the thing of it is this. You just want to throw statements out there with no anchoring. They're not moored to anything.
Okay.
So I'm saying that his point was, no, not that you should be attacked. No, the point of it is you should pay your insurance so you won't be attacked, but you're holding up your part of the bargain. Do you agree with that?
That is not what he said.
Well, he was talking about them paying up. Okay, what was he saying, Tyrone?
Mr. Solutions, let me at this historically illiterate.
Hold on, Sarge.
We're already into Ukraine for over $200 billion. And they could make a deal with Russia in the next 3 weeks, and all of a sudden they don't want to deal with us anymore. We've given hundreds of billions of dollars. And why are we at over $200 billion? And the European nations are, if you add them up, it's a very similar sized economy. They're at $25 billion. So we're at 200 plus, and it affects them much more. We have a thing called an ocean between us, right? It affects them much more. But we're at 200, they're at 250. I did the same thing with NATO. I got them to pay up. NATO was busted until I came along. I said, everybody's going to pay. They said, well, if we don't pay, are you still going to protect us? I said, absolutely not. They couldn't believe the answer. And everybody, you never saw more money pour in to Secretary General Stoltenberg. Well, I don't know if he is anymore, but he was my biggest fan. He said, all these presidents came in, they'd make a speech, they'd leave, and that was it. And they all owed money, and they wouldn't pay it. I came in, I made a speech, and I said, you got to pay up. They asked me that question. One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay. You got to pay your bills. And the money came flowing in.
Okay, so, and don't cut me off, Sarge or Mr. Solution. The purpose of NATO was for those countries to come together and support each other, not to invite violence from Russia to make the members pay. So any position you guys that are taking that supports what that idiot just said shows that you're fucking anti-American. Now go ahead, Sarge.
All right, now just listen. Now you asked for an explanation from me. Just shut up and let me give it. I get to the point and I don't ramble. You know that. So just let me finish. All right, first of all, it is called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. A treaty, I got to walk you through this, and you got to forgive me having to do it but you're just so myopic, you can't see what really is at stake here. So I got to walk you through it. A treaty is a formal diplomatic arrangement between sovereign entities. That's what a treaty is. And it's called the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. That treaty obligates everyone in it to live up to the provisions of the treaty, one of which is the commitment to mutual defense in the event one of them is attacked, and the other is the obligation, just as important, to pay 2.5% of your GDP to the common expense for the upkeep of NATO. That is every bit as solemn a promise as is a commitment to defend the other nations. Now, why is it you're only focused on one aspect of the treaty and not on the others? They're all equally important in determining whether or not you have abrogated, meaning effectively negated, your duty in a treaty. And one more, let me finish. And look, militaries are expensive. They're usually the most expensive part of most nations' budgets. NATO has been military welfare for the European nations, and it has allowed them to a great extent to develop their unsupportable welfare states. They've always had contempt for us, despite the fact we have saved their asses in 3 major world conflicts, World War I, World War II, and the Cold War. We bore the cost and the brunt of it, and it didn't get as much in the way of respect from them. So you know what? I will admit to you what Donald Trump said was intemperate, but it got them off their asses and got them to pony up. And as a result, NATO is stronger for him having done it. Yeah, I will say it again, Tyrone. His remarks were intemperate, but God damn it, they worked.
His remarks were treasonous, anti-American.
Oh, you stop with the hyperbole.
Okay, I listened to what the hell you said, so you shut the fuck up.
He cannot unilaterally withdraw from NATO. It's a treaty. The Senate has to do that after he renegotiates it, and they agree to renegotiate it. So it's a moot point anyway, you dummy.
Okay, are you done now?
You do understand how a constitutional scheme works, don't you? President cannot unilaterally withdraw the nation from a treaty. He has to renegotiate a treaty and then get the Senate to ratify it.
Okay, like I was saying, his remarks was treasonous, anti-American.
Yeah, okay, there you go with the hyperbole. That you just over the top.
I can't get 2 words in. Anti-American, and it goes against this treaty of the countries that you just named, sir. If the treaty involved certain countries, why involve Russia in, or say that Russia is going to come in and use military force to make them live up to their goddamn commitment? That makes no much. Shut the fuck up.
I don't have a problem with it. I will admit to being
Shut up. Shut up.
NATO is stronger because of it, not weaker.
Did I cut you off? Why
Do
you cutting me off?
understand that it worked to get them to pay up?
That is not how it works, Sarge. You making
Damn,
up
it
shit.
Worked.
You are making that up. God damn. Whenever
they paid the money. Most of them paid the money. How is it weaker when you got more money to spend on the common defense?
All right, I would like to go.
You can go ahead, Mr. Solution. This motherfucker ain't gonna let me talk. So you
over something. Your logic just completely leaves you.
Okay, well, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Solutions.
Yeah, Tyrone, look, Sarge made a brilliant expression there. That was fantastic because I didn't know it was 2.5% of GDP. Now, let me excavate something that wasn't expressed, and that's this. Tyrone, the real argument is that the participatory nations, they are the ones that are committing treason because they are expecting your boys to go to war for their sorry butts and lose their lives. So that's what they're in essence saying. We're not contributing that 2.5% GDP. In other words, we're not carrying our weight. Therefore, others have to carry our weight for us. So the point that you're making is a good point. It's just misapplied in reality. And I'll concur with Sarge about the statement. That wasn't the most, I would say, nice way to put it. But then certain people know how to get things done where other people just lick it around the edges. They can sit back and talk, but they don't know how to get things done. Now, what happened as a result of him saying that? They paid up, and that was the gist of the argument. Now, you can sit here and rearrange the deck chairs, but look, the Titanic is still afloat, and that was the whole purpose, is so that no one would have to die. You have this strong defense, and a strong defense, ipso facto, is a deterrent. So, go ahead.
All right. Listen, guys. What I want to say, and at least I got your mic open, but I just want to point your attention to the web browser, to the NATO website, right? And what I'm trying to tell you is that there are rules and regulations in place to handle the countries that do not make their payments according to their own goddamn guidelines. And one of those rules is not invite fucking Russia to blow them the fuck up. This is why Mr. Solutions and Sarge is stupid right now. Because they're saying what this idiot said about encouraging Russia to invade these sovereign fucking nations in order to get them to pay money. That is logical thinking. It's not. It is not. So these two idiots on the phone, because they are fucking cult members, they're agreeing to this dumb shit. And I'll just scroll down to the part. It says allies currently are meeting their 2% guidelines on defense spending, will aim to continue to do so. Allies whose current proportions of the GDP spent on defense is below this level will halt any decline, aim to increase their defense expenditure in real terms as the GDP grows, and aim to move towards the 2% guideline within the decade, with a view of meeting their NATO capabilities target and filing NATO capabilities shortfalls. So what that means is that they've got measures in place inside their own policies in NATO to deal with people who fall short. Donald Trump is telling you everybody is falling short except for the goddamn United States, which is a motherfucking lie, because there's several goddamn countries in NATO, and the ones that do fall short, you don't send Russia to invade their fucking country. Y'all sound stupid as fuck.
let me respond to that. And I'm not going to
on Donald Trump. He didn't say no such goddamn thing, Tyrone. He specifically mentioned the countries that weren't paying their share. There were 11 countries that weren't. So stop it. He
said
that
he would encourage Russia to fucking invade them.
He was speaking about the ones that weren't paying their fair share. Not all of them. Poland pays substantially more than their fair share. He pointed that out. Poland pays way more. Other countries do too. Some don't meet their goals. He was talking about them.
Okay, I know it hurts that this country boy is dragging you guys across the
You're not going to respond to anything I just said.
Let me just say,
I was very specific. What about you fucking goofball?
NATO got a website. All you got to do is Google it. Good Lord. All that shit Trump
said. And he was referring to the ones that weren't, not the ones that were or exceeding what is the minimum required of them.
That is not what the hell he was referring. Okay, so what we're going to do, because you're a dummy, hold on for a second.
We're already into Ukraine for over $200 billion. Sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes. Let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay. You got.
Okay, so we all heard that. Now, whatever the fuck you just heard, listen, we all heard Donald Trump. Shut up. We all heard what Donald Trump just said. Whatever the fuck you just heard.
Stop distorting what he said.
Whatever you
That's
just
what I'm telling you. It was obvious he was referring to those countries that didn't pay.
Okay, so
not the others.
Okay, shut up. Listen. Even the countries that didn't pay are a part of NATO and a part of the fucking treaty. You do not invite Russia to get them to fucking pay, Sarge. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You didn't say that at first. You didn't say that at first. You said he was speaking about every NATO country.
Okay, let me be clear. I did not say what Sarge just said. I've always talked about the members of NATO, period, right? And then we got into the ones that pay their share and the ones that fall short, right? Donald Trump was talking about the ones that fell short. And the ones that fall short, you do not invite Vladimir Putin to fucking open the goddamn ovens and just go across their fucking borders like he's doing in fucking Ukraine, because they are members of fucking NATO and they signed that goddamn treaty up under the protection of every fucking nation in NATO. Sarge, that's what the fuck. Don't God damn.
Hold on.
Again, Donald Trump cannot unilaterally withdraw the United States from its obligations to the NATO treaty. He can't do it. What he's saying is hyperbole and moot.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna meet you in this solution. Hold on for a minute. Listen, see, this is how they dismiss Donald Trump, right? And y'all on mute for a second. He just said what Donald Trump is saying, hyperbole and mute, right? Listen, it's not, because he's on a campaign trail and he's running to be the leader of the free goddamn world. So it's not mute and it's not hyperbole. This is a person running for goddamn president, and he's telling you his policies on the campaign trail. So for him to sit up here and say it's mute, sorry, that's bullshit. You can't use that no more. This guy's running for the fucking most important office on the goddamn planet.
I said it was moot. I didn't say mute. It's moot. And listen to me. Again, if Russia was to unilaterally, without provocation, attack any Warsaw Pact member and Donald Trump was president, I have no doubt that he would order the troops to march in accordance with NATO plans, operational plans, and doctrine.
Well, he never said
that. No matter what he said in that speech.
You're making it
I don't have any doubt that he would.
Well,
you do, and that's the difference between us.
Because I'm going by what he said.
We're just going to have to agree to disagree on it. We're just going to have to agree to disagree.
Hey,
right.
hold
on, Mr. Solution. ABC wanted to say something. Go ahead, ABC.
Yeah, just real quick. What's up, Mr. Solutions and the rest of you guys? I just wanted to comment that, I think what you're doing, Tyrone, you turned it to Captain America, where, you're the guy that wants to tear down the Constitution, and you're making it about like Trump wants to, he's pushing Putin to go and do his thing. All Trump said, and everybody knows he talks very plain and it sounds crazy and all this stuff. It's not politics. But all he's saying is, I don't give a fuck what happens. People need to pay their dues. Y'all don't pay your dues. I don't care. I don't give a shit. If y'all ain't gonna pay, we ain't gonna pay. And that's all it is. And he
Okay,
said,
that ain't all
yeah,
he
we
said,
heard, we
ABC.
heard, look, I heard it. You just played it, and I heard it when it first came out. He said, do whatever the hell you want.
What
He
else
didn't
did he
say
say?
go invade people. He didn't say go invade people.
What
He
else did he
said
say?
do whatever the hell you want. Well, that's the part that matters. He said do whatever the hell you want.
Okay, so
He
you
told them
sit
that
right
they
there.
need to pay
You
up.
shut up. Wait a minute.
He
Hold
told them
on.
that they need
Wait a
to
minute.
pay
Shut
up.
up.
Pay up.
He
They
told
asked
them
me that
they need to pay
question.
up.
One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay.
Now he would he wouldn't protect them, and he would encourage Russia to do whatever the hell they want to do. ABC,
Okay.
see, this is shut the fuck up.
Hold
Listen,
on,
let me say
Sarge.
this right here, right quick. This is what's wrong with you and Sarge right now. You're taking part of what that man says about paying and making people pay and forcing them to pay, and leaving out the part about Russia. The fuck is wrong with y'all?
Okay, so this is this is my answer to that. I don't give a fuck. Europe that's a whole continent. They can take care of themselves. We got our own stuff to do over here. And all he's saying is, look, at the least, you gonna pay up to make this stuff happen. We ain't your guard dog. If y'all ain't paying up, then we ain't paying up. Fuck all y'all. And Russia can do whatever the hell they want. We ain't gonna protect you. And I ain't got no problem with that. People need to hear that shit. You know, you playing Captain America like we supposed to go over there and protect those people. And I hear Sergeant Emma talk about the treaties and we gonna meet our obligations. I'm saying I don't give a F. Put those countries together in NATO or the European Union, and they probably got as much money as we got. They got the capability to defend themselves. Why are we spending our money and stuff over there? And that's basically what he's saying. He's like, damn it, the least you can do is pay up. If you don't pay up, then fuck all y'all. I don't care what Russia do. I tell them to do whatever the hell they want. And that's the hyperbole and all this shit. But he's saying, I don't care. And I don't care. So I don't give a shit. And I'm tripping on you because you trying to make this big issue like you Mr. America and all this shit when you the one that said, fuck the Constitution, we need to tear it up. So you full of shit, man.
Okay, so let me respond, and I'm gonna get you Elisa, and I see you on the line, Howard. I'm gonna open your line. Guys, I want y'all to pay attention that Donald Trump is saying treasonous anti-American statements, and because these guys have committed to supporting Donald Trump and the right wing of America, they hear this stuff, but they are making a conscious decision to clearly ignore that this fucking tyrant is anti-American, and he's trying to support Vladimir Putin by saying that he's going to get Putin to invade NATO fucking allies. So what we're going to do is I'm going to open this new line first. Who's this new line?
Mace.
Okay, Maze, hold on. And I'm going to get Miss Elisa to introduce herself, and then I'm going to get Howard to speak, and then I'm going to get Maze. So, Elisa, how you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was on mute. I'm doing okay, Tyrone. How about yourself?
I'm doing all right.
Good evening to everyone. I just want to say this. No one answered, because from my understanding, after I heard the snippet of what Trump said about NATO, and I did a little bit of research, and yes, from my understanding as of to date, I don't know how true, but still a lot of countries still aren't, they're still, a little negligent in their payments to NATO. But what no one did when you brought this up and folks came on the line, when you were saying, well, how should it be handled? My understanding that presidents in the past have, said some things and try to encourage. Maybe they're not taking the right stance to get these countries to do what they need to do, but they have encouraged, and if you could use the word, they have bitched about it, them doing what they were supposed to do, their obligation to NATO. So it's not that other presidents haven't been on this, but what no one is answering, what is a better solution than saying what he said about Russia? And you were and want to be the leader of you want to be the leader of the United States again. What is wrong with threatening expulsion? I don't know if that can be done. They made an agreement with the treaty, but encouraging another country who we know who's rogue and does things like that. Then you have other countries out here who have issues with other countries. You take Taiwan is not a part of NATO, but you take like countries they want to invade. China wants Taiwan back. You have Turkey and Greece constantly over certain things, issues that they have, and you have other countries over here. So that is just not an encouraging thing to do, especially when you're dealing like a country like Russia, who time to time does rogue things. And I just think that that's dangerous. And it's not dangerous to just those countries. It's dangerous to the United States. And to say that we're sick, and I do agree, I'm sick of us all. I don't want soldiers like over in the Middle East right now. I don't want American soldiers dying in the desert. I don't want that. I'm tired. And that's why there has been a push with the European countries to get Germany to step up. I think they might be able to now, but to get them to step up their military budget and their capabilities so that they can do more over within the European countries so that they do not have to always rely so much on the United States. And I think that's a good way to go. Germany, I think they are capable, hopefully, of stepping up their military budget, stepping up their military so they can be a more stronger force over in Europe. That would be a good thing. But I just think that that's very reckless with Donald Trump. And I think it's a little more than just temperance. That's reckless because it threatens our safety as well. So that's all I wanted to say, Tyrone.
All right, so listen. Well, okay, Howard, I'm going to get you, but I want to direct you guys to the screen, and I keep directing y'all to NATO website because they answer all these questions. I don't know why we're believing what Donald Trump says or the right, because the NATO countries that are involved in NATO are paying their dues, right? And
yes,
what I just read to you guys is that the 2% is a guideline. It doesn't say it's mandatory that you pay the 2%. Now, with that information, Donald Trump has flipped it on his head and told us that these people aren't paying, right? He said there was some that's not paying. So down at the bottom is a chart, right, of all the countries and their percentage of what they're paying. And every country is paying what it can pay. Belgium, I'm going to say Albania, look like it's paying the less at 0.9%. And then here's North Macedonia at 0.7%. And then Slovenia at 0. Well, no, hold on. Yeah, those two are paying the less. But the other countries are paying. They're not making the 2% guideline, but they're paying from their goddamn countries into NATO. Donald Trump is telling you, and sorry to Mr. Solution dumbasses on here got you believing that they ain't paying shit. And what I showed you is in order for them to make up their shortfalls, there are guidelines in NATO. These rules help these countries with their shortfalls and give them guidelines on how to make up their shortfalls. My point with saying all of this is within NATO, they are handling the people that has came up short with their rules and regulations and policies. It does not require for a former president of the United States to threaten NATO members with fucking Russia. That is the dumbest thing that President Trump could have ever uttered out of his mouth. And for solutions and SARS to come on here and sit up here and try to justify this shit, and dumbass ABC to get on here and say, well, I don't care about all they need to pay. Motherfucker, you ain't even heard of NATO until tonight, motherfucker. So you don't even know. Just go to the NATO website and you will see that these countries are paying, and Donald Trump is using this as a political football to get idiots like you on the phone tonight to try to get on one side of this conversation or another. So I'll shut up, let Howard go, and then Mace go.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, everybody?
What's that?
Tyrone, Sister Lisa.
Hey, Tyrone.
Everyone that has Yeah, no problem. Hey, everyone that has some common sense. What's up to y'all? I've been listening for a couple of minutes, Tyrone. On one side, I'm a little torn. On one side, I'm like, yo, why is he still arguing and fucking with these stupid ass people? Like, it ain't gonna change shit.
It's just a conversation,
Like
man. It's a conversation.
no,
That's it.
brother. I didn't ask you a question.
Oh, you
I'm
did
just
ask a
speaking.
question. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
No, I didn't ask you shit.
You said why are we still arguing with
Um,
these
I was just saying in my mind, I'm asking myself that. I didn't ask
Oh.
you that question.
Okay, well go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for interrupting. And a lot of these people, they act like Donald Trump wasn't president for 4 years before. I thought he had that position. If he had that position and executed exactly so good to where it benefited everybody, then how the fuck did he lose? Oh, that's right, it got stolen. My bad. Oh shit. I forgot. Wouldn't have to execute no stolen plan if your shit was so right. Then you gonna get the majority of everybody voting for you. But my bad. Hey, Elisa, I'm just a young man sitting up here in Washington and using critical thinking.
I know that thing.
Yes, ma'am. This shit is wild to me. And I'm not gonna get down on Tyrone, but sometimes you people, and I'm not talking to you, Tyrone, talking someone in general, just get tired. Just get tired of arguing with just get tired of arguing with someone that just want to argue.
It's just a conversation, man. Calm down.
God damn. Did I call your name? I didn't call your name. Can I finish what I'm saying, brother? Is that okay? You huffing and puffing over there. Is that okay, nigga? I didn't call your name on anything. I'm just speaking in general. And I understand what you're saying. It's just a conversation. It's just a show. That's you and your thinking, and I agree. I'm talking from my perspective, brother. Now, tie your ovaries together, put them in your mouth, and shut the fuck up. As I was saying, Sister Elisa, for me, let me say that. For me, it comes a time when it gets irrelevant for me to talk to a fool, to give a fool a platform, to give a fool a minute or two that he doesn't deserve, because now you're validating a fucking fool. What does that make you? I don't know. So for me, I've moved on past that. If people want to continue to validate food, that's fine. But it makes for a very, very great discussion, which is what Tyrone been chiming in to say. It does. Only for one, though, because I only get entertained by one, and that's Sarge. These other niggas, they don't have the gravitas or anything that entertains. Sarge entertains me. At least he knows like 30% of the bullshit he say. These other niggas just on the internet, on YouTube, on World Star, and they doing that. At least Sarge have a little gravitas, but they all still bullshit. So bottom line, Tyrone, and people and everybody, I'll sum it up with this. They act like this nigga ain't been president before. If he did great things for everybody, then he would have got reelected easily if he was doing so great. Second thing, I am tired, me personally, giving fools the opportunity to get in your mind and speak to people is a foolish endeavor to me. Third thing, Coons, A.B. Coons, Sarge Coons, and the rest of these niggas trying to shock jock their way into making some money. They done failed a long time ago. If they were good, you'd be like Charleston White. You'd be like some of these Tommy Sotomayor, some of these other niggas. You are a bad rendition of a good coon. And I just leave it like that. I'm done. Thank you, Ty.
No problem. Listen, I'm gonna give you Mace, but I want to point everybody to the screen one more time, right? Here's the cost sharing arrangement for the civil budget, the military budget, and NATO security investment program, right? This is the cost sharing arrangement. And why is this important? Because we keep talking about the country's GDP, right? We know the United States and Europe has one of the biggest economies on the planet, right? So the United States pays 16% of NATO's cost sharing budget. How much do Germany pay? 16% of NATO's costs because of our budgets of the GDP, right? And then you look at the smaller companies, Canada's at 6%, and then you got the United Kingdom at 11%, and then you got, who's another big country? I don't know, Spain is at 5.9%. But here's the point, is these smaller countries don't have the fucking GDP that we have. And Donald Trump turned this into a political talking point so these motherfucking idiots can get on this goddamn phone and argue with me about shit they don't fucking know about. And it allows a former president of the United States to invite our fucking enemy, Russia, to invade fucking goddamn NATO sovereign goddamn countries. It's crazy to me. But go ahead, Mace.
Oh, you know, he said he liked his uneducated people. So all they had to do is educate themselves and stop trying to give us Fox News, Newsmax, and that other station. Those are the commentators that come over here to try to give it to us. But we look, we read, and we understand what's happening. So the agenda that these three trying to affirm is that about, I told you they don't want to have no conversation about the man last week. When you talk about him, it don't exist. Or the things that happening to him like today. They won't have no conversation on that. But what happened in Georgia, they want to talk about that. And they're getting slapped in the face with that, too. So I want the three fellas to go and stay off of these stations, give it a break for 30 days, and use your brain, and you can think and educate yourself on stuff before you come out with those three channels to try to give them to us, because we watched it today and we heard it. So you want me to do the spiel that they had on Fani so they won't have to try to do it? Which was stupid, and left them standing there looking like somebody crazy in the courtroom, told one to sit down. I mean, it was like Saturday Night Live sitting there watching it, trying to attack the lady. And one thing I don't understand, why did they have to have so many lawyers against one person to ask the same questions over and over again? That didn't make no sense to me either. But on Sean Hannity, since you got them lovers out there too, he was trying to explain what he thought. Everybody going to explain what they thought, but didn't hear nothing that was said because Newsmax said it that way. So I'm getting tired of these Newsmax people, commentators coming on here trying to convince us of what Newsmax said, but we don't want to hear it. Do your research, and you can tell us what you formed from that research you did, not what you heard. Sarge, Solution, and not ABC, but Attention Deficit Syndrome, ADD. And that's all I have to say for the moment, but I will call back later. And we don't want to hear no argument about trying to dive in about a whole hour talking about the same thing over and over and over again.
All right.
Get on the subject 5 minutes and let it go. Or either give us your point, what you think about it, not what somebody said about it. And them two that was discussing Fani last night should be ashamed of themselves. I ain't never seen nobody that really hate women like those two do and don't even have one to discuss. So have a good one for the moment.
Well, Fani Willis, I mean, she showed them today that they're not going to budge her, and this just shows you that they're trying to interfere with the actual criminal case of Trump trying to interfere with the Georgia election. We heard the phone call where he's asking for 11,000 votes. That was illegal. We know that you got 4 people that already pled to the crime of what was done in Georgia in this RICO charge. Those are the criminal times. Fani Willis didn't have no business in this divorce trial for her, the person that she's working with. They just trying, like I said earlier, they can't find anything on Fani Willis because she's an excellent, she's surgical with hers. So they had to try to muddy her name. They try to drag her through the mud, and they're still not able to be successful whenever it comes to trying to muddy up Fani Willis. Yes, she's fiery. Yes, she has, and she should be. She should be mad as hell that she got dragged off of her case, one of the biggest cases in fucking history, to sit up here and testify about who the fuck she's screwing. That is stupid as fuck. And America is sitting there looking. America is sitting there looking for something to come have on this woman, so Donald Trump can walk away, so they can have a mistrial or whatever the fuck. This is some bullshit.
But you know, some people that was behind it was the Koch brothers. When they said that, I said, no, this is not about Fani. It's about getting rid of Fani so we can put Trump in out of his misery with this mess that he's putting up. Everybody else done solved the problem. His problem was there before anybody else. They solved Joe's problem. They solved his son's problem. Every problem gets solved except 45. And if he get his butt and stop trying to stay in the courts, he could have had this over before he even ran for president. I said clear his name and then run for president if he think he's good enough. But
they had her on the stand. They had her on the stand for 2 hours a day, and they could not come up. At the end of the day, they could not come up with anything that was misconduct. Nothing. And
then she had to do turn around and ask them have they did anything like that. And they all would ran out of there, turning red. I just seen them sit there and turn red. I said, look at them. They don't even know what to do.
But see, that's what Sarge was doing out here talking about last week about how it was improper for her to have a relationship with this guy and all this, and she was benefiting off of it. She had the receipts. She showed y'all what money was spent. He showed y'all what money was spent. And every one of y'all, because y'all listen to Newsmax and Fox News, every fucking one of you was wrong about them using money in this case to enrich them damn selves. Every one of you was wrong, and that was proven today.
That was supposed to be the case.
Well,
and then
Ty, you know, the white man has always, excuse me, Maze. Look at it. The white man has always used sex and sexual relations as a reason to take certain people down, brother. Whether it's a homosexual relationship, whether it's an interracial relationship, whether it's a so-called they've always used it. That's why, I say I'm tired of playing games with niggas, because they act like all this shit is new. I guess niggas don't know history. But y'all niggas tune in on Saturday and listen to a goddamn fool who don't know a goddamn thing. Act like all this shit is new. It ain't new.
No, how can I finish?
Same playbook.
Yes, but I want to finish with this.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to leave. If Fani had a relationship, Trump is in trouble with relationships, but they still want him to be president. So I don't understand it.
Check this out.
I want them to break it down.
Fani Willis had a relationship, right, with her law partner or whatever, right? But what she did not do, what Fani Willis did not do, was write a motherfucking $30,000 goddamn check, tell him to keep it fucking goddamn hush, and use campaign finance money to pay that dude off. That's what Donald Trump did. We have records of it. Michael Cohen went to jail for Donald Trump paying a fucking porn star. But we want to look at who Fani Willis sleeping with. This is nuts. This is crazy. And he's on trial for that same thing that's coming up in March, I believe.
And then he had to pay that lady in New York all the money for what he did to her. So, but they still want him to run for president. In fact, they're not running for president. I don't understand it. So let's take his record and look at her record. And she's not running for president. She's running to put his butt where he needs to be, in jail. And those three people can't understand that. I don't know what's wrong with them. They want to attack her instead of looking at the real situation of what's wrong. They want us to get rid of the whole thing. So I told them to give it a break for a month. Maybe they can think. So y'all have a good one. I'll just be on mute for a while.
Thank you, May.
All right, May.
And
Thank you, May.
What's going on? You know, sex and things. When you use sex against people politically, there's two ways you can do it. Some people, like an R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, some that's sex. They using that sex against the law. They broke laws. When you use it like Fanny, what's the broad name? Fanny this or Bill Clinton or anything. It's a sex thing. It wasn't against the law. So we get bogged down in bullshit.
They were trying to say it's like impropriety. They were trying to say it's like misconduct. She shouldn't have been dating that guy. And what they were saying, I don't know why they were saying. They were saying that the guy was getting paid and was wasting money on Fani Willis from what he was getting paid. And I didn't understand that because Fani Willis make way more money than he makes, and she hired him. So I don't understand why. I guess because he was in a divorce thing that they were saying that it was him wasting money, but it didn't make no sense to me because Fani Willis do not need that guy, and she let everybody know.
They don't need.
She let everybody know today that she don't need a man, and you know and look, I respect Fani Willis because she's a product of the time, right? And she was sitting up here saying that she wasn't trying to demasculate a man on the stand, and she was just letting him know in this relationship that she didn't need him like that, and he was wanting her to like be submissive, and she ain't trying to have all of that. She's a modern woman, so I respect her.
You know the insides of how their relationship work, huh?
Well, they asked all these questions on stand today. They really did. Who's this unknown caller?
And who?
Yeah. Hey guys, I guess I have to join the party here for a minute because I'm reading all the bullshit in the chat room, So if I'm allowed to, I'd like to make a couple of points.
Go ahead, man.
All right. Point number one, ABC. If you're that fucking uninformed about what's going on, then just don't say anything, because when you open your mouth and you're uninformed, you really make yourself look like a fucking idiot. I'm just going to say it right now. All right. So let's just table that shit right there. And this is in response to Jermaine. He says, the case should go away. You need to understand a couple of things, right? First off, Trump has been getting away with bullshit in New York for years. This is payback for all the contractors he's fucked over, all the people he's done dirty, and all of that stuff. So a lot of that is baked into this cake. It's not going to go away. Their pound of flesh will be taken for the pound of flesh he has taken from others over the years. It's eye for an eye, brother. And so trust me, they will get their pound of flesh from him. It's done deal. So sometimes the chicken's got to come home to roost, man. And you can only put dirt out there for so long. You can only be grimy for so long before you have to pay your dues for that. So those are the 2 points I'm going to make. I'll sit to the side, man.
All right. Yeah, but I don't know if y'all seen Fani Willis today. So I'm proud of her. There was a lot of commentators, especially Michael Steele. I don't like him, and I never did. But he was the first thing that he came on and said that she was too hot. She was too hot. She shouldn't have came in. She should be pissed off, Michael Steele. Your ass was part of the damn problem because you are a Republican. You ran the RNC. You caused the bullshit that evolved into what Donald Trump committed down in Georgia. With the escorting in of the fucking Tea Party, Michael Steele. That was you. You were the one at the RNC when the Tea Party was all against President Obama and being racist, and you embracing all of those fucking races in your political party at the RNC, Michael Steele. You did that shit. And it just evolved into what the fuck we see now. So you don't need to criticize Fani Willis from down there doing her goddamn job. Especially whenever we know it's a white male, white racist patriarchy system that don't like to see this black woman trying to handle that white fucking criminal, Donald Trump. We know that that's the problem. And whenever they said it was a black man and a black woman in a relationship in this case, they got to be something wrong because they fucking. That's the mentality that they came up with to try to take Fani Willis down. That's crazy. Fani Willis is and I could tell on her Martin Luther King Day speech that she is a very religious person, She's heavily into the church, and she's a moral and honest, decent human being. That's who Fani Willis is. She's not, and she's professional. She's professional. Her career says
Hey,
that.
Ty.
So, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask you some questions. What did they use to take Jack Johnson down? Do you know?
Who the hell is Jack Johnson?
Lord, this Black
Yeah,
History
it was
Month.
called the Mann Act.
Yeah,
It was called the Mann Act. Yeah. They passed
What was that
legislation
about, Joe?
called the Mann Act. About taking something about crossing state lines with a sex trafficker or something along that line. I don't have my notes in front of me, but it's something about crossing state lines with
That would have been easy.
the heavyweight champion, Jack Johnson.
Yeah, they used sex. They used sex to take him down.
Sure did. Because he was dating a white woman at the time.
Yeah, and I'm not saying good or bad. I don't know Jack Johnson, and I don't know these other people I'm going to name. They use sex to take Mike Tyson down. They use sex to take Michael Jackson down a notch. They use sex to get R. Kelly ass. They use sex to get Bill Cosby ass. They using sex to get P. Diddy ass right now. They use sex for the goddamn president, ex-president in the office of Bill Clinton. They gonna use sex. They use sex. They gonna use sex. God damn it! I'm gonna do my Bernie Mac. They gonna use sex. If you niggas can't get the program, get the playbook right now, I don't know what's wrong with you niggas. They're gonna use sex, and they're gonna use it when you. I can't even think of homosexual. They're gonna use that part of sex. They can use that to take.
All right, motherfucker, we done heard you. They're gonna use sex, but I mean, you're making a good point. But here's the deal, guys. The only reason that we watch Fani Willis today is because Donald Trump is on trial. That's the only reason.
That's it.
And like I said, he had 4 people who pled guilty already, who took a plea, admitting to the crimes that Donald Trump committed.
What they using to discredit her, Ty? What they using to discredit her?
But they using the relationship with Wade.
Sex, nigga. They using sex. The same old playbook.
So I guess you just want to
I'll be quiet.
saying that. You want to say it again?
Hey, Tyrone, I just want to.
Go ahead.
Tyrone, I just want to say one. The idiot who just spoke uses sex against people too. And he twists with people's words. When I was saying that I speak to young women in the park, young women or young ladies, he tried to twist that and say that I was
Tyrone,
having...
I'm hanging up.
Hold on, Howard. Let him talk. Okay, listen.
I will not be on this motherfucker with a homosexual.
Okay, Howard, what's going to happen is you're going to let him talk. That's what's going to happen. We got to do one at a time now.
And you know what? I encourage everybody to vote, to continue to contribute to mentally ill organizations.
Okay, y'all get ready to argue. So listen, we're gonna start talk about Fani Willis. I know you and Howard is getting ready to argue about.
No. That's fine. But I just wanted to make this point. They use sex to bring down everybody, and so does he. He uses it too. He's just a liar.
Okay, so I guess Howard, you want to call? Well, I guess you're gonna. I don't need you.
I didn't say anything, and yeah, you are homosexual, and I'm using.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with homosexuals.
You have against homosexuals, dummy.
I'm not gonna talk to a fag.
Against homosexuals.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Solution. That was. I meant to mute Howard line. Howard, you cannot use that word on this airway. I mean, come on, brother. I mean, you're getting a little bit too passionate. There's nothing wrong with homosexuals, guys, and we're not going to use the F word on here. All right.
Even if he's one, there's nothing wrong with him, even if he's one, which he is. That's why he brings it up.
Okay. Oh, listen, why are y'all calling each other names? What is wrong? Listen, let me say this right here to you and Howard. I don't know what y'all be talking about when I'm not on here. Clearly, there's some problem.
I didn't start that,
shut up, Mr. Solutions. I'm talking. Clearly,
I didn't start that. I'm not shutting up.
I'm talking. Clearly,
I don't give a fuck.
Shut up. Clearly, there's some
I'm
problems.
not shutting up. He started it, you asshole.
Clearly, there's some problems that you guys have when I'm not on
Oh,
here.
no. I don't have a problem with.
Okay, you got a problem with shutting the fuck up. Let me say this right here. There's some problems, the conversation that y'all have when I'm not on here. I don't care about none of that. That's just y'all having these things. So I just ask that y'all don't drag it on here, calling each other gay or whatever you do in your personal time. I don't care about none of that. We want to talk about this.
Look, Tyrone, I know you have a comprehension problem. All I'm saying is this fool who was saying they use sex to bring people down, this idiot uses it too.
Okay, that's what his point. Everybody uses it, I think.
Right. Oh, no, it wasn't the point that he uses it. He was excluding himself.
Well, I didn't get that. I mean,
It doesn't matter.
Society.
It's a moot point.
Hey, Ty, does that mean he's admitting to being a fag?
Okay, Howard, listen. Okay, so you can't talk no more because I just.
He doesn't give a shit about you, Tyrone. He could give a shit less about you and your program.
Clearly, he don't because I can't. You can't do that. You can't do that. So I don't even know where the hell we was at. You getting a busted laugh out of that, huh? But my point with Fani Willis is people should realize what's going on here. And because Donald Trump did try to steal the 2020 election, he did lie about what's the lady name? Miss Freeman, Miss Moss down there. Him and Rudy Giuliani. As a matter of fact, Rudy Giuliani, he got found liable for a lot of money in these cases. So these people were lying over time about the election, and these people on the phone are just too stupid to realize that they're losing. Every time, every argument you guys brought forth, you have not proven anything that Donald Trump has said, anything that the right wing has said. All of his stuff is turning out to be false. From Fox News, all of that shit is just false, and he's getting wound up with court cases trying to fight this stuff. That should tell you something there, that he's in court all the goddamn time. That's not no deep state conspiracy. He broke the fucking law. And then you hear these guys come on here and say, Tyrone, all of a sudden you love the Constitution. Motherfucker, I spent 20 years defending it. I was a fucking soldier. I'm not saying that it treats everybody in this country fairly. I never said that. The Constitution sucks when it comes to black people. That's what I've said. I've said it should be ripped up and tossed, and you can wipe your ass with it when it comes to treating people fair in this damn country. But it's still the law of the goddamn land. And people have to follow it. That's why you follow the goddamn speed limit. And that's why you don't walk out your house and slap motherfuckers because you feel angry. Because there's laws in this goddamn country. And everybody has to follow them, including Donald damn Trump. And him trying to steal the 2020 election. He broke all kinds of fucking laws. Him holding those documents down in fucking Florida. He broke the fucking law. Him paying Stormy Daniels, a porn star, $30,000. He broke the fucking laws. Him using tax manipulation to steal money from New Yorkers. He civilly have been found liable for that bullshit. He's a goddamn criminal. Period. And now he's on Truth Social promoting ivermectin. That's ABC's drug. Where's that ad at? Oh, it's gone now. They didn't change the ad. All right, so I'm gonna shut up. You guys can speak if y'all want to. Whew.
Oh, Tyrone,
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. When you were describing Fani, I don't know. I haven't been following this as closely as you guys because the whole thing, I was waiting for them to try and find something, and if they didn't find anything, accuse her of something, and we would be where we are right now. So I purposely haven't been following it. But when you were describing her, it said that she was a church-going woman and all this other stuff. One thing you left out, she is a single woman. And that man was also free to date as well. So but is still trying to bring her down. Like, I have to agree with Howard with sexual innuendo. So they're still trying it with her, and she's a single woman. And that man, I don't know when they got together. Was he divorced? I know he was legally separated, but there is no scandal as far as sex is there. But then that's when they had to try to add to, trying to enrich themselves with I guess county or state funds to do certain things. They had to add something on top of it because these were two people who were two people who was in good standing to be able to date one another. So that's why they had to add the extra little bonus on top of that. Well, you also know
because that trial was rolling down the track nonstop. You know, Fani Willis was doing her job, and they couldn't stop that woman. So now they had to come up with this. It was luckily that this guy was in the middle of a divorce or whatever, and they had to try to come up with something to try to derail her. And I'm afraid that they missed the mark today. Not listening. Now, I don't know what this judge is going to say, but there is nothing that came out today that proves any of their claims about her misusing funds and should be disqualified from the trial. None of that stuff came out today. And if the judge made the decision for her to go ahead, well, what y'all just done did was y'all done pissed this lady off some more now, so she ain't gonna hold back. She was already not holding back, but dragging her through this right here today was just crazy.
Hey, Tyrone, she's off the case. There's a lot more to come. She's off the case. She couldn't prove, she had no records that all that money that she allegedly gave him in cash, she had no record of it. So that was bullshit. Okay. But there's quite a bit more to come.
Wait. Hold on, Mr. Solution.
Wait a minute. Hold on, Joe. Mr. Solution.
And by the way,
hold on. Shut up. Listen, do you have cash on you right now?
I haven't finished. This is an adversarial relationship, and it was the wife of Wade that brought this forward because she felt that Wade was hiding money, marital money. So she brought this forward. So this is an adversarial relationship, and one has the right to bring up whatever issues they think are relevant in an adversarial relationship. Okay. I mean, in an adversarial situation.
Do you have cash on you right now?
Excuse me?
Do you have cash on you right now?
No.
Okay. If you had cash on you right now, would you have a record of it?
No.
Okay,
but
so that's shut up. Hold
on. You said if. We don't know that if is true.
Okay, anyway, Joe, you get my point. Go ahead, Joe.
But wait a minute, before you run your ass off, we don't know that what she said was true. That can't be verified is the point. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, it's interesting the choice of words being used. All that money, we're talking a couple of $1,000s. I spend more than that on my vacations. So, I mean, I don't understand, what we're talking about here. The object is not to assign blame. The object is just throwing up dirt and hope that some of it's fixed. That's it. Plain and simple.
Well, of course, that's part of it. But what amount of money triggers an investigation when money is inappropriately used? Thousands of dollars certainly trigger it.
Hold on. Let me say this right here, Joe. Listen, let me say this right here. Listen, they talked about the money all day long in the trial today, right? But the money that she spent on vacation, the money that he spent on vacation, all of that money was accounted for except for this little bit of cash, and she explained it away. I hope you watched the damn trial. She explained it away because she told the jury, and her daddy is going to come up there and testify and say that her daddy showed her how to keep cash on hand, and that explains her cash on hand, Mr. Solutions. So you can't use about this unexplained fucking cash because she explained it, that she keeps cash on hand, and her daddy taught her how to keep cash on hand. You didn't hear none of that?
Okay, yeah, but how does she verify that?
That don't mean anything, Tyrone.
You nincompoop. How does she verify that?
Okay. Well,
No,
hold on, wait a minute, hold on, Mama's boy.
She doesn't have to verify because she's not accused of a crime.
Let me respond.
She's not accused of a crime.
Mr. Solutions, the same way that if you had cash on hand that you can't verify it, is the reason that she don't need to verify fucking cash on hand. That's stupid.
But she does. That's
what they use the tax dollars to do this
I've got cash over here in my motherfucking drawer right now that I can't fucking verify if I was sitting in a goddamn courtroom, Mr. Solutions. So
and
what you're saying
cares.
is stupid. You're finding something that you think that is a hole in the argument, and it's not a fucking hole. If you got cash, you got cash, Mr. Solutions. Goddamn.
Nobody cares.
Tyrone, that is the stupidest damn thing you've ever said. You keep out-competing yourself. The fact of the matter is she's on the witness stand and your dumbass is not. She does have to account for it. That's the whole point.
Well, her accounting for it is showing us a habit that she's developed since she was young by holding on to goddamn cash. And she's going to bring a witness to verify what the fuck she's saying. Now, shut the fuck up and let Mama's boy speak. Go ahead, Mama's boy. You on mute, Mama's boy. Is that you? I hear a mic. Unplug your phone mic.
Well, while you waiting for him, the charge is that they're wasting tax dollars with that government card or something.
Say that again.
That's where the cash becomes. The charge is that they using tax dollars to do all this personal spending. That's why this whole thing with cash coming up. She's saying she paid it back in cash to him, which is all garbage.
Okay, check this out, y'all. I want y'all to pay attention to what's going on. And everybody shut the fuck up. Everybody is worried about Fani Willis spending $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, right? We know Donald Trump has stole fucking money, violated the emoluments clause, got paid $40 million from foreign countries. Jared Kushner got paid $2 billion from the Saudis. Donald Trump has been stealing money from motherfuckers like ABC, Sarge, and Mrs. Solutions, and they ain't saying a damn thing about one red fucking dime that Donald Trump done drifted from their motherfucking ass. But all of a sudden, Fani Willis getting her some hanky-panky. Y'all give a shit about her money. Shut the fuck up.
They both in court too. They both in court, so who give a shit?
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
Donald Trump is in court, ABC.
She's in court now.
Good Lord.
Hey, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, what's up, Mama's boy?
Yeah, man, yeah.
Man, sometimes I'm fascinated by the lack of intelligence of a human being. Sometimes I am. Because just when I think, a human being can't be any stupider, if that's a word, I get proven wrong. Sometimes I give up thinking that man has no limits of being dumb. But let's get to this Fani Willis thing before I have to go in on someone. What's so crazy is that when you really looked at the hearing, which that's what it wasn't a trial. The judge is the final arbiter, and if you know what it's all about, the defense has to prove that Fani Willis's relationship with this guy somehow, taints all the shit that these Trump lackeys did to overturn the election. It has no contact. You can almost see what's really going on, and Fani actually, like I said, when you look at it in the whole picture, it looks like the teacher came back in the class. That's exactly what it looked like. She was actually telling the defense attorney her job, and she was actually like following her. Oh yeah, you're right. She set the whole court back like it was supposed to be. She was like the instructor that came in there, and when she lied that, I'm not the one on trial here. The reason why we here is because you guys, your defendants tried to steal an election. That's the reason why we here. It's not about me. I thought that was the game winner. I thought they set themselves up to get hacked up by uh uh a skilled we'll just say a witness, a skilled witness.
Okay,
Because she's a prosecutor, she's a skilled witness. And she knew she was going up against some, bathroom lawyers. You know what I'm saying? And she tossed them. She like I said, she showed the whole entire thing up. And look, like I said, the ultimate thing is not the fact that Fani Willis had, a relationship with someone. It was the fact that her relationship with someone had nothing to do with the crimes that Donald Trump and his lackeys committed. Now, ABC, I know you're gonna have something to say. Sarge probably done said a lot of dumb shit, but I bet you this much. I bet you fellas this much. You can't take that away out of the equation, out of all the stuff that y'all come up with, because y'all never ever address that Donald Trump actually committed a crime, and he's getting, you ain't refuted the crime. But all you do is talk about the sideshow of it. Oh, she had a relationship with this dude, and she was spending some of her money on him, and he was spending some of his money on her. Like, that's some big ass deal just because you jump up and down when you say it. Nah, I know
Hey,
a
can I
monkey
ask
when I
Mama's
see
boy a
it.
question? Can I ask Mama's boy a question real quick, Tyrone?
Go ahead.
Is it all right? So here's the simple thing. Is anybody making this an issue, bringing up the question as to whether Fanny and that boyfriend have, went shopping, went on trips and all stuff on the government dime? Is that at all in question in this whole thing?
Well,
That's
Mama's
all
boy,
I'm
hold on
asking.
for a second.
That's
And
the only thing I'm asking.
ABC, I know you want
I'll
Mama's
let
boy
him
to
answer.
respond, so shut the hell up. I know how you want Mama's boy to respond.
I'm
but
asking a
listen,
specific question.
I'm just wondering, did you
he's going
watch
to
it?
answer. He's going to answer it. But let me just say this right here
I ain't answering no
first.
question until you answer mine. Go ahead.
Shut the fuck up. Listen, brother, that has nothing to do with it. But go ahead, Mama's boy.
Well, you're right, Tyrone. It has nothing to do with the tea in China. It really don't. But to answer his question, if you watched the hearing, it was all addressed in the hearing. And let me tell you something, ABC. This is a dynamic that is ABC proof, not unless you just want to be ABC. But check this out. Not only did she answer the question for Trump's lawyer, she answered questions from all the other lawyers, from all the other defendants still left that haven't, gave in the ghost. So she had to answer these same questions over and over, so much so that the judge told the dude, I know it sucks being last, but all this shit done been, he said he just wanted to set some shit up. He said the shit's been set up. I'm sorry you going last. You can't even ask that shit no more. That's how many times she's been answering them questions up in there. She tossed that place. She threw chairs everywhere.
Let me respond
So
to
there's
ABC.
a reason that.
Hold on for a second.
That
Shut
everybody
up,
asked that
nigga.
question.
Let me respond to you like this right here. ABC asked about the spending and the money and all of that kind of stuff, right? All of that's a good question, but it doesn't break any laws, right? There's no crime that was committed. But if you look at the screen, the reason Fani Willis is sitting on that stand today is because of the crimes that I'm showing you on the screen that the Trump side broke. And they broke 91 motherfucking crimes they 41 on this page. 41 on this page of the RICO charges and all that kind of bullshit. And here are the laws that they broke in Georgia. Neither one of this shit had nothing to do with Fani Willis and her spending money. And if she spent money, use credit card, like Mr. Solution said, use cash or unaccounted cash. That ain't no fucking law that she broke, and it doesn't show that they should have a mistrial or this trial should be thrown out because of misconduct on Fani Willis' behalf. It just doesn't. But if you name me something that Fani Willis broke in the Georgia law, then yeah, now we can have a conversation. But there is no law that Fani Willis broke, and that's why this conversation is stupid. But
So
go ahead,
Tyrone,
ABC.
you making these assertions like you don't know. That's why that shit is.
It was in the
all
hearing.
Come on, I ain't talking to you right now, man.
Oh,
You making these
okay.
assertions like you know what's going on, Tyrone. You don't know. The question is whether tax dollars were being used for these trips and all that different kind of shit. The guy said he put it on a card. Now, the details have to come out. Was his personal card, was business card, government card? Was there any way that these people were mishandling? The one lady. The lady that she said, you hurt our friendship or whatever. That lady, the one that went to her, said, hey, these people are abusing the funds. This ain't the way we're supposed to spend their money. There's questions about how that money is being managed in there. And that can be
well,
a crime.
you probably
hold on, ABC.
You probably
No,
gonna have
hold
to
on, mama
rewatch
boy.
that
Hold on,
shit,
mama
then,
boy.
nigga.
Listen.
Cause it's in
Why
the.
y'all got
It's
to
in
hold
the-
on, mama boy.
Hold on.
Hold on, mama boy. And ABC, let me say this right here. You keep saying tax dollars, right? And that is not what.
Yes.
That is not what they were saying in the hearing today. In the hearing, they established what they got paid, how much money they got paid, and how much of their earned money that they spent on these trips. That's why they emphasize, I spent this, I bought this with my money. Nobody in that damn hearing today said anything about wasted goddamn tax dollars, and you're on here saying something about wasted motherfucking tax dollars. Now, Sarge, I could be wrong,
Tyrone,
but Mr.
Tyrone,
Solution.
Let me tell you why.
Hold on, wait a
Tyrone.
minute. Let me finish. I could be wrong, and I may not have heard it, but I paid attention to how much they got spent and what percentage of their money was being used to be spent on these trips. That you making up shit.
So I don't know that anybody claimed that all of that was being done, but they're digging into it, trying to find out, and it appears that there's obviously mishandling of funds because this one lady went to her telling her, hey, look, they buying stuff they ain't supposed to buy and all this kind of shit. So the question is out there, how are they spending this money? And then this stuff comes up. Hey, who paid for those trips? That's part of the investigation. What do you call it? The court case is to discover if it went that way.
You got it wrong, buddy.
You just
they
heard
got it all twisted up.
That's all.
They got it all twisted up.
Listen, the reason that Fani Willis was there, hold on. The reason that Fani Willis was there today is because one of Trump defendants, Roman, it's got his ass pinned to the damn wall by Fani
we ain't
Willis.
talking about that though.
Shut the fuck up.
We're talking about her spending money.
She's the
Why
one.
keep talking about the
That's
tax
what
dollars?
Mama's boy said when he first came on here. She looked at him and said that I'm the one that's not on trial. You're on trial for trying to steal the election. She was talking to him. Do you
That's
get
fine.
that?
Yes, I
That's
get
the
it.
reason that she was there.
Tyrone.
I ain't denying none of that. All
Yeah,
I'm saying
you're
is that
missing
it's
a
court
big
case,
point,
and these
Tyrone.
people
Go
are
ahead.
going
You're missing a
at
big
each
point.
other. They're going at
You
each
know,
other. So what are you crying about? All's fair in love and war.
Tyrone.
It's a war in court.
Yeah.
They're going at each other.
You're talking
So
to
y'all
a guy
sitting here
who
and
reviewed a
defending her
movie
for
he never
everything.
saw.
Shut up, man. Ain't
You're
nobody
talking to a
you,
guy
Joe.
who reviewed a movie he never saw.
Well, I
Remember
was
this
trying to have
now.
a conversation with you, Tyrone. I'll back out and let the gummies take over and shit. Go ahead, Dumbo.
I'm a Dumbo, but you reviewed a movie that you never saw. And I'm the Dumbo. Dude, get your weight up, man. I told you before, man. I get no pleasure out of swatting flies. If you're going to discuss this stuff, at least understand what's at stake and what the issues are. But don't come on here with this kind of craziness and muddy the waters with things because you don't understand them. I mean, it's that simple. If you don't understand, ask or review or research. But when you come on here and make the stupid accusations, it has nothing to do with funds from the office. That has everything to do with their personal business and whether she paid him more money because she was in a relationship with him. Please get your facts right, sir. Please get your weight up before you step into the octagon. Thank you very much.
Hey, Joe, if I just may say this, it does have to do with the money of that office because what they're trying to bifurcate or differentiate is where that money originated. And if that money is the result of what she paid him as a contract employee or as an agent, then that is a problem because
It
is a problem because that's what the whole trial is about, is to find out Hold on.
It's not
let
a
me
trial.
Go,
It's a
let,
hearing.
let him go ahead. Let him go ahead. Go ahead.
It's a pre-trial. It's a
No, it's a
pre-trial.
hearing. It's a hearing.
Fine,
It's
that's
a
a
hearing,
pre-trial. They're dealing with
It's,
evidence. They have a court
bruh.
reporter. All
You
right.
just can't lie. You just can't lie. It ain't all that other
What?
court
Hold on.
effects
Hold on
ain't
for a
don't
second.
apply, man. Get the
Listen.
fuck on.
What he got paid? What he got paid on the Trump trial does not matter because she hired him, and the money that he got paid from her, he was due. As a matter of fact, he explained today how he was getting paid much less on this case than he did any other case. That right there
Right.
shoots the abuse straight out the goddamn window of the funds. Because if they was trying to snatch the tax dollars like ABC say, or get all this money from the Trump trial like you said, Mr. Solution, then they would have been paying them way much money. But he said that he took a pay cut. He went through the other attorney was asking him about all of these charges that he was working free and he wasn't getting all this money like everybody is assuming.
He had a
So
cap. It was capped.
yeah, so what you're saying right now and what ABC is saying don't even matter because the money is not even a damn thing. They knocked that out the damn part today.
It's not about the money.
Yeah.
They didn't prove that their relationship somehow infringed on the rights of them idiots in there that tried to fucking steal an elections, fucking, rights to a free trial, honest trial. That has nothing to do with it. They have to
If it
show
was, if the
everything.
money
They have to
didn't mean
listen. Hold
anything, it wouldn't have
on,
kept coming.
bro. Hold on, bro. They have to have. They can't go on a fishing expedition, which is what they displayed today in the hearing. And the judge got sick of it. This is the person who got to decide the case. Okay, so
Yeah, mama's boy. Even more than
Yeah.
that, you don't bring on a contractor without going through an approval process. She doesn't have
What?
the authority to say, "Oh, I'm going to bring on this guy, hire him," and nobody signs off on that. She doesn't have the authority.
he was already
Well,
doing business with the state of
Right.
Georgia, and
I can
they had called him
Right.
on something else.
I can tell you that it
Right.
went bad for the people today because after it was all said and done, the only thing that they talked about was Fani Willis's attitude. That was it.
That was it.
They didn't talk about they put on a case that presented anything.
Man,
They
she
just
acted
talked about
up
that
in
black
there.
woman being upset, and I was like, okay, well, shit.
I knew they was in trouble when she set them glasses up on her forehead. I knew they fucked with the wrong black woman today.
Nah, you ain't gonna mess with Fani.
Now, I
Fani
knew
for
she was in
president.
trouble when she gave you that look. Remember, she gave you that black
When
woman.
she
I
first
got
sat
this
down,
look.
when she first sat
Tyrone,
down,
I can tell you,
good
I
Lord.
guarantee you she'll be taken off the case.
Okay,
No,
What
Mr.
are you
she
going
Solution.
to
Well,
say
we'll
You
see.
then?
done lost your mind.
Well, no,
And-
we'll see.
Okay, we'll see who lost their mind.
Check this out, Mr. Solutions, because I know you don't keep up with things like this. It's beneath you. You wait to get the information. But I actually watched all these little trials. And first of all, if you've been privy to it, the judge doesn't want to do this at all. He came in there day one with that attitude, and he runs a tight motherfucking ship, if you can't tell. Okay? He even told Fani in the most gentlest way that she couldn't respond the way she was responding, and she corrected it and finished cutting up the rest of them motherfuckers. It was so funny. The lawyer for the state couldn't even help Fani because Fani was helping herself. She would stand up to object. Fani say, "Oh, don't worry about it. I got it. Sit down." I'm telling you, look, I don't think Fani's going to get taken off the case at all. And I actually think the judge is going to kind of rush the next day or so up because he's got a jury that's going to take a long fucking time to pick. And he ain't playing no bullshit in there. He ain't letting
let me
Trump
just give you this.
do none of
Okay.
that dumb shit. Hold on, brother. I'm almost finished. I heard y'all niggas talking. I just finally come in. Now you want to jump on me? Come on, bro. Give me a second. Just give me a second. A little later on, you can do that. But if you really sit down and watch what's going on, it's like Fani said it. It's not about her. It's not about her dating life. It's not about how she spent her money, because that's basically what it's all come to. And there ain't no Georgia law she broke. But the reason why she there is because Donald Trump and the other clan did break laws, and they conspired to break these laws. And as Attorney General, it's her job to prosecute that shit. So it ain't her, dating a dude and they breaking up ain't got nothing to do with Donald Trump breaking a law. And that's what they had to prove. And that's what the judge is going to rule on, bro. So we could talk all day about her lifestyle and try to muddy her name or muddy the waters. The fact is still the fact. The judge has to rule on those simple facts, bro. And it hasn't been proven like it has to be proven by the defense, brother. So you can talk all day about her finance and how she spent her money, that she worked hard. She make like, what, couple $100,000 a year? And so we gonna micromanage how she spent her money? Get the fuck out of here. Whether she take it out and put it in her damn pillow or whatever, and then how she spend that you sound like you want scandal because what you saying is scandalous in the first place. It ain't got nothing to do with the case.
Okay, well, look here. Let me just tell you this. She's broken all kinds of ethical policies and what have you. My position.
They went over that too.
Finish my point. I let you finish.
Let him get it out. Go ahead, Mr.
So the thing of it is, it's going to be fantastic. And given what I know about the case, I don't know it exhaustively. I don't claim to. But based on what I do know, she has broken all kinds of rules, and financial and ethical. And she's being investigated now by a very tepid organization, at least previously. And she will be taken off the case. Now, I don't know exactly how long that'll be, but that's almost a guarantee. I'm finished.
Mr. Solution, don't you ever get tired of calling in here and being wrong? You was wrong when you was telling people to eat copper and it was going to help them with COVID. You just wrong all the damn time. You wrong about telling people to go on a date.
Wait a minute. Clarify what you're saying, because you make some stupid statements. What are you talking about? Copper is an antibiotic.
Okay.
It is fantastic for putting on railings and what have you to kill viruses and bacteria. So, and without copper in your body, and I know you're stupid to this, you would die. Copper is part of your absolute makeup. What are you talking about?
Well, like I said, you was wrong when you told people to eat copper, because you did tell people to eat copper.
Well, copper supplements are in any good multivitamin.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
You told people to eat pennies, Abraham Lincoln's.
I didn't. Hey, Tyrone, I'm glad you're doing well. It seems like you're recovering from the mental illness. But I never told anyone to eat.
I'm not fully recovered, so shut the hell up. But now,
okay, hold on. But I hope you do. No, this is what I said, and it's hard for you to keep facts together. When people are attempting to salvage water and keep the water from getting bacteria, they would often put a copper penny, not a copper-coated penny, but an actual copper penny in it and they would also put bleach in it. And most of your municipalities' water districts use bleach, aeration, filtration, and chlorination. Those are the three methodologies of purifying water. So I probably said put a copper penny in something like a gallon of water. There's a capacity that's specified. But yes, I did say that. But
so
hold on. I said nothing about eating a penny.
My point is, don't do anything y'all just heard. But you're wrong about Fani Willis.
Tyrone, you are a manifest dumbass. I got to say that.
Okay,
I don't think
I just want to give y'all a disclaimer. Don't do
you'll ever outgrow your ignorance. But the point of it is, those are proven methods of water purification.
Okay, so
and I know you don't know any.
Like I said, don't do anything Mr. Solution just said. But he's wrong
I'm
about Fani
say what
Willis.
You said again. I do want to address the Second Amendment issue that you brought up.
Okay, but in a minute, when I finish talking, he's wrong.
Well, no,
about,
why don't you stop talking right now? You're a dumbass.
He's wrong about Fani Willis and her being ethically. You can't get charged with a crime of ethics or whatever the fuck. So even if you were right about her ethics, and which I don't agree with, There's nothing there. There's nothing gonna cause her to get off the Trump case. There is no misconduct.
Well, let me turn it around. Okay, forget that for a minute. Let me turn this around. Say, for example, if any one of the employees with whom Fani Willis has cognizance had come to her and said that they were going to do the same thing that she did, right? Have a relationship with an employee, and so on and so forth. What do you think her advice to them would have been?
Okay, now shut up. Don't cut me off. It is not illegal to date. Period. There is there's nothing to elaborate about. There is nothing to expound on. If people decide to date each other, they decide to date each other. It's not illegal. It shouldn't disqualify you from being a fucking district attorney. There's nothing wrong with people screwing each other. The problem is the people you want to screw, you want to give them a napkin and a bottle of water. That's the problem.
Tyrone, let me tell you, how can anyone hate you, regardless of what a dumbass you are? But look here, regarding the Second Amendment, realize the context in which it was written. It was written, we came out of a revolution, right, where the whole nation was at an uproar. And it wasn't decided whether or not the United States would exist, because it didn't have to exist, is what I'm saying. So the ultimate situation is that a person be able to defend themselves. That's part of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So the Second Amendment was written really with the purpose of the citizens defending themselves from the government. Because the government was the threat at the time. And if you check history, the government is primarily responsible for the most abuse against its citizens.
Okay,
Stalin,
what you're just saying,
Hitler.
what you're saying is sedition and treason. And whenever
Hold
you
on,
got
hold on a minute.
no,
Hold on
you shut up. We listen.
Stalin, Hitler, Mussolini, Pol Pot,
Okay,
all of these
you got all the
people.
talking points. But what you just said about the United States country's citizens raising up against the United States is sedition and treason. There is no way in the world that the Constitution is meant for its citizens to take up arms against its government. That is stupid.
Oh, absolutely. You're wrong about that.
No,
absolutely, it is.
Listen, it says it in the first. Listen, shut up. It says it in the first words in the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia. Period.
Finish reading.
Shut up.
Finish reading. You're not a good reading. You don't have good reading comprehension. Finish reading that statement.
Being necessary to the security for a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Bingo. And the Supreme Court has interpreted that also and sided with the Second Amendment, not you.
Okay, so. Well, no. Hold on. I'm glad you said that. Wait a minute. Hold on, Joe.
You're wrong. You're wrong in your assessment.
Well, no, I'm glad he said that because the Supreme Court did make decisions based off of the Second Amendment that twisted these words even more and confused the population even more, away from what the Second Amendment actually means. And it means what we're reading right here: a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state for the people to keep and bear arms should not be infringed. That's what it means. It doesn't mean individual. It doesn't say any goddamn thing about any individual in this goddamn little fucking 27 word.
Well, Tyrone, shut up a minute. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
But let
First
Joe
of all,
talk.
there
I
was
cut Joe off.
there was a conflation. There was a conflation between the militia and the citizens who made up the militia.
Okay, so but is that in the Constitution?
The same people who made up the militia were also free citizens.
Is that in the Constitution?
Who had a right to protect themselves.
Is what you're talking about in the Constitution?
But look here, yeah, absolutely. You just read it. Didn't you comprehend it? But look here, this is the problem, though, Tyrone. There's an underlying problem here. And the underlying problem is, if you go to Switzerland, and I was looking at a documentary on this just recently, every man, woman, and child has a weapon, and they have high-powered weapons, automatic weapons to defend themselves, and that's why Hitler didn't attack them during World War II. The problem is not the weapons. The problem is the type of populace. Now, I wanted to hear you say what was your solution to it. You never got around to your solution. You were just criticizing it. Now, I do think mentally ill people should be denied weapons when they are certified mentally ill. Maybe like you, but I'm kidding. But mentally ill people should not have weapons, and minors should not have weapons. That's why the woman was convicted recently of this minor who I think he killed 4 people, and she failed to adequately supervise that weapon. So I agree with that. But also we need a moral conviction that we shouldn't be shooting each other, like that went on the other day in I believe it was in Kansas City.
Yeah, Kansas City.
But weapons are absolutely necessary in a hostile world. We need weapons because criminals are never, ever going to obey the law. So we need weapons. And even if I don't have a weapon myself, I'm more comfortable that if some other good citizen does. Go ahead.
Okay, you're an idiot. All right, check this out. He want to know my solutions. I talked about this before on here. Listen, we need regulations on guns. For one, we need to know who can qualify to own a gun. Like if we got driver's license, we need license for guns. A more detailed solution would be like a biometric system that you can put on these weapons. That will allow certain people to open your gun and use the trigger mechanism to shoot. For instance, everybody's cell phone, you can either use face recognition or your fingerprint to open your damn cell phone. Why can't that technology be implemented on a gun? As technology progresses, we should be able to use that technology on other type of equipment, and having that type of technology, biometric technology on a weapon, I think that would solve a lot of problems. The automatic assault weapons, we do not need them in this country in every fucking goddamn house. They need to be outlawed. They need to be policed up. They need to be thrown in a landfill some goddamn where, and they need to be gotten rid of. So those are my rules. If you want a gun for protection, I'll give you that. If you want a gun for hunting, I'll give you that. But these mass killers, these automatic assault weapons, that is unnecessary and it's overkill. People do not use assault weapons to go hunting with. If you go shoot a fucking prey with one of those automatic assault weapons, you're going to destroy your meat. So they're too strong. They're designed to kill humans. And and another thing that should happen is the NRA should be regulated. That's the only industry in this country that is not regulated, and they're not held accountable for their equipment killing people. That is the only industry that exists in this country like that. So if a weapons company device kills somebody, they should be able to be sued. We should be able to hold them accountable for their equipment being used recklessly. Whenever you use appliances or cars or any other kind of stuff that hurts you, the manufacturer can be held accountable. You can't hold the fucking weapons. So there's a whole bunch of solutions right there, Mr. Solutions, that I've spoken on, and I'm telling you again tonight that could work.
Well, I'm not going to call you an idiot because that was a pretty rational, at least expression, argument that you gave. But I'm not saying the conversation is closed. I'm willing to hear that because I don't think, like I say, mentally ill and other unqualified people should have weapons. So, yeah, that's certainly a conversation to be had.
And listen, guys, with the biometric stuff, it's going to take some engineering and all that kind of stuff. But if you use your finger to pull the trigger, then that same area of that trigger should be able to recognize individuals. That way, if you got a gun, then you know who shot it and who fingerprint is on that gun whenever they pull the trigger. That is not technology that's out the window. So, I mean, gun companies can do that tomorrow because the technology exists to where you can use biometrics to open the weapon and use the goddamn weapon. You know,
It exists and it's available right now.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how we're not doing anything. Whenever the gun conversation comes up, everybody wants to say, no, don't take my gun. The Second Amendment that I misread tells me that I'm authorized to have this gun. No, the fuck it don't. It just don't. And people are dying. Already in 2024, 5,000 people have been killed from gun violence.
Now, let me ask you a question about that. I heard you quote that figure before. Now, are these people that were victimizers, or were all these people victims? In other words, were some of these people that were killed actually committing crimes?
Well, the category was gun violence. So it didn't break.
Well, yeah, but see, now you're conflating things that are problem, because if someone is attacking someone and they get killed in terms of that person defending themselves, that would not fit the narrative.
Yeah,
because the gun was being used, the weapon was being used in its proper context.
I don't agree.
So you have to
there's no proper context when somebody is defending themselves. In a fist fight, for them to pull out a fucking gun and shoot somebody. That's not a proper context.
No. Okay, again, you're screwing up the conversation. All I'm saying, in that 5,000 number that you just gave, and that's tragic, by the way, but it's a small percentage of the 330 million. That's a small percentage. But nevertheless, each person's life is valuable. However, if the person was a perpetrator, if they were committing a crime and ended up getting killed as a result of that, that needs to be pointed out, because that's a legitimate use of deadly force.
I understand you want the data by category, but that's the only thing that I read. But to your conversation about you meet the crime with a gun if somebody's being attacked. I don't agree with that, because every situation don't call for a gun. It just doesn't.
Well, Tyrone, this is what I'm saying, and I know it's hard for you to understand legitimacy. I'm saying when it is necessary. Say, for example, an intruder, breaks into someone's home and they're shot dead. Okay, that is, I consider that an appropriate use of a weapon. And that is considered they died at the hands of a weapon, gun violence. But that was legitimate as opposed to illegitimate. And I agree with you. I'm not saying if people are in a fist fight, one person, although in certain states, if one feels that their life is threatened, they can do that. They can, like Texas and Florida. You can meet aggression with reasonable force, and that if that happens to be a weapon, then okay. But I'm not using that example because I would tend to agree with you. But I'm using the examples such as someone breaks in someone's house at night and they are killed as a result of the use of a weapon.
Yeah, can I get in here real quick? Look. You have a couple of things wrong, Mr. Solution. When you talk about the Second Amendment, it was written in response to a monarchy, not in terms of just a general government, because they had no idea what a government was. They only knew what monarchies were. And monarchies were the ones who basically, created armies, and they did the bidding of the king. So when you talk about a well-formed militia and all that, basically it was to counter someone getting in office and like Donald Trump, and using the military that came with that office against the citizens. So please, if you're going to talk about that, I think you need to be a little more specific. The second thing is, I think you mentioned Switzerland. They also have mandatory military service. So you really can't compare the two to here. They're here.
Well, we have mandatory military registration, and in case of a war, males between the ages of 18 and
I think we're aware of that. We're aware of that. But
what I'm saying is there is a parallelism.
The military practically gave that practice up.
We have a voluntary force, Mr. Solution. Joe said mandatory.
Well, it's not a voluntary registration, though. I understand there's no draft right now, but men.
Yeah, but a registration does not give you gun training.
Hold on. Let me address.
It doesn't give you gun
I
training.
agree. They
Service
are trained. They are trained. But let me address something that you said, because I believe you're absolutely wrong about what you just said. They had those men that crafted our Constitution that has lasted for over 200 years. Most other nations patterned their constitutions, at least to a great degree, after our Constitution. They had almost a supernatural understanding of human governance. That's why they wrote a document, and I was really pleased that has persisted for so long. And I was really pleased the other day when they were arguing in the Supreme Court about the meaning of the Constitution, what the Constitution actually meant. This was in the Colorado case, okay. And so that document is super relevant, and it would be incumbent upon you to explain how that document has had such an impact and it has existed for so long if the framers of it didn't have a tremendous knowledge of human governance.
They didn't, and it's called tribalism. Listen, with the mentality of tribalism, whoever's in charge of the tribe, like the government was in charge of the tribe, that's what the majority of the people take up as gospel. So
Tyrone, have you ever read the Constitution?
Okay, you shut.
Yeah, but have you ever read the Federalist Papers? Because in the Federalist Papers, they specifically talk about a monarchy and not any other form of government. And the militia was formed as a counter to a monarchy.
Tyrone, have you ever read the Constitution? That's a simple question.
Okay, yeah. So whenever those few men back in the day made the law of the land, the rest of the people, the civilians, they looked at them as being in charge. So they just take the Constitution for what it is. It's almost like religion. It's like this antiquated behavior that tribes have to where whoever is in charge makes the rules and we just follow the rules. Mr. Solution just said that they had some type of foresight about humanity and it's unbelievable how great. No, they didn't. They were just making up rules to benefit the motherfucking selves. I want you to notice that they had this thing called Dred Scott, and they had to go ahead to have this. They had to go put the Bill of Rights in because we were 1/3 or whatever the fuck it was of a human being. They got it wrong, Mr. Solution. You dumbass. Jesus
Tyrone,
Christ.
Stop for a minute. You are a little bitch tyrant. But look here, Tyrone, you have no idea what the hell you're saying.
They got the first iteration of the Constitution correct. Are you telling me that?
I heard your dumbass comment. You're just spewing out words. You have no idea of what you're saying.
You saying that they was perfect.
No, I didn't say they were perfect. Come on. I didn't say that. You said that.
You said that they had some type of foresight and they knew humanity and they got it right. That's what you said. Did you not say that?
I gave an argument for to support my statement. I talked about the longevity of the Constitution, and I talked about other countries adopting certain portions of it. Now, they don't adopt the free speech portion because most countries still, like if you go to Europe, you can't say anything you want about government officials. Like you guys get on here and talk about Trump and all that stuff. And I'm not saying it's wrong for you to be able to do that. I think many times you're wrong in doing it, but I do think you have the right to do it vis-a-vis our Constitution. So what I'm saying is, again, that Constitution is what gives you your rights. And by the way, Tyrone, at some juncture in time, I would like to hear a Constitution written by you. I would like to hear what you would have to say. And I'm sure I would get I'll just leave it at that.
Listen, the reason that they got amendments is because they got the Constitution wrong. Mr. Solution, and they still don't have it right. But Mr. Solutions is saying that somehow or another, when they came up with this concept of the Constitution, these guys knew what the hell that they were doing. They didn't. They didn't.
Wait a minute, they don't have any of it right, Tyrone?
No, they didn't. They didn't get it right.
Wait a minute. Listen to my question. I know you respond reflexively or involuntarily. Did they get any of it right, in your opinion?
Well, after the amendments, I think it was a little bit more fair, but I'm not going to say it was 100% correct. And the reason...
All right, let me ask you this, Tyrone, and I do enjoy speaking with you on occasion. What constitution could you point to in the world now that you would say gets it right?
I don't say any gets it right, and you keep twisting my words. That is not what I'm saying. You keep asking.
I would never twist your words. They're already.
Shut the fuck up and stop talking over me. That is not what I'm saying. And your goddamn analogies and comparisons and all this kind of bullshit so you can make your goddamn point for a fucking stupid ass debate is silly to me. What I'm trying to say is the American Constitution is not 100% correct, but it's closer than what it was to being correct with the amendments in there, the Bill of Rights. And the Bill of Rights still get it wrong because it don't specify African Americans suffered a certain amount of suffrage over here, and it needed to be corrected. And with it not having that type of language in there, it's going to always get it wrong because there's always going to be injustice, and we're going to always witness stuff like a DA of Georgia who's a professional getting drugged through the goddamn mud because she's trying to prosecute a white guy. That's just the way that America is, this Constitution, and nobody can't blame what happened. Nobody won't say that what happened to Fani Willis today was because of racism. But if you know the history of this goddamn country, the only reason Fani Willis was sitting on that goddamn witness stand today is because this is a racist goddamn country, and the Constitution gets it wrong. If the Constitution was right, and Fani Willis Fani Willis was a white male, she wouldn't have wound up on the goddamn witness stand because of the case that she was prosecuting with the former president of the United States should not have been interrupted or interfered with because of how big that goddamn case is. And if she was a white male, she would have just fucking rubbed elbows with some goddamn body and said, "Oh, Jid, just fuck them people." That's what the hell would have happened in this goddamn country. So the Constitution allowed Fani Willis to get drugged through the mud today because she's a goddamn black woman. Now, Mr. Solutions, you can ask me all these other goddamn questions about different
Tyrone, shut up. What you're saying is stupid and hypocritical. Okay. Because if your sorry ass was in the same situation, you would use the same oppositional and combative tactics. You're just a liar. You're a congenital liar.
To what? Go against Fani Willis?
Yeah, if Fani Willis was with her big zip code size ass, if she was prosecuting you, you would use the same tactics. And you're a liar.
I would have never tried to steal an election. So.
Look, a prosecution with the heavy hammer of Thor, they could come down on you right now. There are none of us that could resist selective prosecution by someone as powerful as a DA. Because a DA can hide evidence. They can make up evidence. All I'm saying is, whether they make up evidence or not, a person has the right in an oppositional setting to use whatever is at their disposal, and your lying ass would do the same thing. And I hope you have a plate of cornbread before your snout.
Okay, so check this out. Fani Willis or somebody said the other day, and they made a valid point, is that the person, Mike Roman, that is bought these charges against Fani Willis, he's actually getting charged with the crime, right? And they said they can't recall when the person getting charged with the crime actually accused the prosecutor of committing something and having the prosecutor on trial. They said that this was strange because that white man has so much power by the color of his skin that he can have the person that's prosecuting him brought to a goddamn stand and ask questions. Now, I don't think that there's any other circumstances that has the witness or the people that don't. You can't go sue your goddamn lawyer or whoever prosecuting you and then have them put on trial. But why is this happening in this case? Well, because of Donald Trump, for one, and that white man made a goddamn complaint that he has no goddamn evidence of. That's why Fani Willis was on the stand today, Mr. Solutions.
Well, let me tell you this, Tyrone, and I know you're so biased, you walk with a lisp. Look here, it was the wife of Wade that brought this evidence forward. That's number one. She was the one that presented this because she felt that Wade was hiding marital assets. And again, you would use whatever was at your disposal if you were being prosecuted. I don't see why you have a problem with anyone else doing it.
Okay, so let's say this right here. If it was Wade's wife that brought this to the forefront,
hold on, you have the mute button, jackass. Hold on a minute.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Ultimately, the truth will emerge one way or the other. Now, my position is based on the ethical violations regarding money, regarding relationships, regarding the non-disclosure of those relationships by Fani Willis, the unilateral selection of those special prosecutors, and then paying them differential payments, which has been shown on paperwork. And I'm going by what I was seeing. The lead RICO prosecutor was being paid less than the person, Mr. Wade, who had no RICO experience. He was only experienced in traffic court and family law. Yet he was being paid substantially more according to the records. Okay, but it will emerge. It'll come out. And my position for all the aforementioned, Miss Fani Willis will be taken off the case. And she's being investigated by the Senate, by the legislature, and other investigative bodies for abuse of federal funds, et cetera, et cetera. And there is a lineup of her staffers who are composed of a lot of women that are there to testify against her. So this is by no means over. She's out on her big ass. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Elisa.
Oh, no, well, I was just going to say, because you're all talking about Fani Willis and those, I can recall several cases that I've heard somewhat similar to this, where the police were accused, and the prosecuting attorney, along with the district attorney, were accused, not accused with anything that they did with their cases, that some other stuff that they had. And as a matter of fact, one in particular, the prosecuting attorney was having an affair with the district attorney. He was married. Well, I think they both were married. And one of the defendants was on trial for murder. Now, what they had going on had nothing to do with what the person was being charged. And they ended up pulling them off the case. Now, the person who was being charged ended up in prison in Mosa for what they did. That had nothing to do with it. And so even if I think it comes to the point where Fani is, even if I doubt it, is pulled off the case, that has something to do with Trump in them. Because in all these other cases that I remember, the person, whatever it was that they were standing accused of, they went to prison. They ended up being prosecuted there to put another attorney. They went to prison for whatever that was that they did. But so even again, I will repeat, even if Fani is pulled off the case, that has nothing to do with Trump and all of them. There's nothing to do with their case. There's nothing to do with any of that. They will most likely that prosecution will go forward. So that's why, as you kept stating, this is a waste of time. But the reason that I asked you, when you because Mr. Solution brought up a good question about shooting, but you was talking about, what was that stat that you gave?
About 5,000 people getting killed this year?
I mean, yeah, 5,000, and they just said from what?
Gun violence. Gun violence.
Yeah, that was a good question because I was wondering about that. Can you find that information broken down? How many from this? How many from that? And I found some stats on the Pew report, and then when I looked at that, the same stats on some other reports. The one thing all of them had in common, they all had the same percentage and everything. But one thing that they said that when it comes to gun violence, people want them to be able to pinpoint it down. Was this murder, this, that? Was it legitimate shootings? Then you have police police shootings and all of that mixed in. And they said that sometimes it's hard to really, differentiate between the two with the stats. But this is so they lump certain things together. So as far as the gun violence, this is a report from the Pew report, and then others use that same and the CDC and all of them. They contributed to these numbers, and they had it broken down. Okay, gun suicide, which make up a large portion of deaths by gun. So that's put off to the side. That makes up 57% of gun deaths in the United States. Suicide. I was like, wow, that's kind of high.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. And gun homicides. Now, we all know what a homicide is. Gun homicides make up 40%. And then the rest they put in a category like police shootings, legitimate shootings, undetermined gun violence. They put all of them together, in a percentage. So as I stated, suicide, 57%, gun homicides, 40%, and 3%, they put all those other shootings in. Shootings by police, undetermined gun deaths, unintentional gun deaths, and legitimate gun deaths. I mean, not legitimate, but you know what I'm saying. They put all of that in 3%. They got that all together in that 3%. So, suicide aside, the 3% with all the mixture of police and somebody breaking into your house and you shooting kids, all of them are put together along with unintentional gun deaths. Homicides is about 40%. That's crazy. That 40% of the gun violence, gun deaths, homicide. That's crazy that we have that number. Now, the suicide, that's something someone chose to do. But homicides and the thousands of people that get killed every year it's in the thousands every year from gun violence and homicides. That is absolutely ridiculous. The suicide is different. So that is ridiculous. And it seems as though they're not going to do it. And all the school shootings and the robberies, all of that is put over in that homicide. So that's a huge number. And the number that they have from, this is from 2021, the numbers they have for the year 2021, 40% gun homicides, 17,179. That's a lot of homicides. The suicide really took me out. The amount of people that's killing themselves.
Wow.
I mean, but that's a whole other issue that to deal with the suicide. That's a whole different other issue right there. It's too long of a discussion to get into. But
right.
It's really, really sad. And Mr. Solutions brought that up, and I was like, that's a good question. I wonder, is that broken down in any way? How are they able to determine that? And they would say that's why it's hard. That's why they lump all of that along with the police shootings. They don't really lump it together, but they're all put in that percentage. So
right.
That was a good question. I had never thought about that until now. I said, let me look this up and see if there are some stats on that.
Yeah, that's good information. Let me just quote one other item regarding Fani. It is stated, and I heard this from a Georgia state law professor, if Fani Willis and her appointees are taken off the case, then her entire office is off the case, period. And by the way, no one else wanted to take this case, and Fani stepped up as the little demon to say that she would take it.
That's the goal, Mr. Solution. That's the goal.
If Fani, there's something in law known as the clean hands doctrine. And even you guys are talking about Fani, and she's put herself out there, so she's opened herself up for this. Fani, with all the violations that I mentioned, ethical, financial, and yet to be discovered, really shows that she has non-clean hands. So that simply means if you are prosecuting someone, you can't be guilty of crimes yourself, right?
She's not.
You've got to have clean hands. So Fani, by any stretch of the imagination, she's violated ethical policies and moral clauses and so on and so forth. Disclosure.
Mr. Solutions, you keep throwing out these claims about ethics and morals. You have not
right.
presented.
Didn't you have that in the military? I know you did.
I want to ask the question. You have not presented one piece of factual evidence to prove that she's violated any ethical or moral things.
Absolutely. She didn't disclose that she was having a sexual relationship with a contract employee. An employee that was, hold on, let me finish. You asked for this. She did not disclose, and she said that when she was in the witness stand, that she didn't, and she said she didn't know. Now, she's an attorney, and she didn't know she was supposed to disclose if she was having a physical relationship with the person that she hired. That's a conflict of interest right there. Now, I'm not saying this necessarily rises to the level of criminal activity, but it is certainly a violation of ethical and other clauses that she has to abide by. So she's out. She's out.
Tyrone, I can do exactly what you said. I just couldn't do if you'll be quiet and listen to me.
Wait a minute, hold on. I want to finish with Mrs. Solution. Okay, you can, but let me just say this to Mrs. Solution. Mrs. Solutions, the fact that lady was having a adult consensual relationship that she didn't disclose does not mean that she's violating any ethical or moral.
Yes, it does.
Okay,
You're lying.
Okay, I hate when y'all do that. Okay, can you please stop? Listen.
Well, wait a minute. I don't care about the sex itself. I don't care about that.
Clearly you do.
It's under the circumstances. It's the context.
Okay, so once again, just because she was having a consensual adult relationship.
You keep repeating that like a mantra. I will tell you why it matters.
I'm gonna put you on mute for a second. I'm gonna say what the fuck I got to say. Y'all gonna stop cutting me the hell off, goddammit. Just because this lady was in a consensual adult relationship with someone she works with does not mean she violated any ethical or moral situation or rules that is to y'all standards is broken. That don't mean that. What is going on is because they are in a relationship, the Donald Trump team is trying to tell you and Mr. Solution that there's something wrong with that, and you guys are digging for the information that they did not present in fucking court today. If there was anything to be presented about their fucking relationship, we would have heard it while she was in the hearing today. We did not. You guys are making this shit up on the spot here tonight on Talk Real Solutions. I'll let y'all do it, but it would have came out today, and it didn't. Good Lord, Jesus Christ! Now, Sergeant.
You know what? And Sergeant, I'm going to let you go because I know you have more information.
Revealed in the case, both in that
Sergeant, hold on for just a second.
And on the stand today, because all you know how to do is narrate and take Democrat talking points. I'm going to tell you what was revealed in both the divorce hearings under Mrs. Wade brought against her husband and in the courtroom today. Now, just be quiet and listen. I'm not going to narrate. Okay. Wade destroyed himself when it revealed the sworn statements that documented his perjury. He said that he considered when his wife cheated on him that their marriage was over. So he became unmarried for the children until they got out of school. Once they got out of school, they could complete divorce. Remember, that's what he said. So he signed documents in his divorce proceedings that were fraudulent. They nailed him to the wall with that stuff. He concealed his relationship with Fani by lying on the forms he filled out. The documents that he filled out had specific wording that would leave no doubt that his relationship with Fani Willis was covered to where he should have answered a yes, and he answered with a no. He committed perjury on those documents. and he nailed himself when he changed his answers to the same question over multiple forms in the divorce hearings. Then Fani, her personal financial disclosure statements. She committed fraud there. She said she received an aggregate of more than $100 from Wade by her own sworn testimony. Now, a PFD, personal financial disclosure, is something that is there for the exact reason why we saw in the court today. Except the PFD is designed so that you do not do anything that has the appearance of corruption. It's not our standards, Tyrone. It is the ethical prosecutorial standards established by the state of Georgia that every prosecutor must comply with. It's not my standard. It's not Mr. Solution's standard. It is a standard established by the state of Georgia.
Okay,
Fani is in a position where she doesn't even know that receiving meals and anything of value constitutes receiving items of monetary value. When she acted like she was ignorant and admitted she didn't know what the regulations in Fulton County were, she's a goddamn DA, and she wouldn't accept the ignorance of the law as an excuse from any defendant in her courtroom, and her ignorance of filling out those forms is ground for her to remove from this case and maybe even from the office that she holds.
Okay, so hold on. Listen, what he just described does not raise to the level of misconduct in the Georgia Trump trial. None of that stuff that Sarge described raises to the level of misconduct in the Georgia Trump trial. And it was brought out today that Georgia law permits a relationship like Georgia, like Fani Willis and Wade's have. So lunch is included in that shit, Sarge. Buying somebody some paper towel and some fucking water is included in that, Mr. Solutions. So what the fuck is y'all talking about? They buying each other lunch is a violation of ethical. Y'all full of shit. Go ahead, Mr. Solutions.
So, you know something? I'm amazed your inability to grasp substantive issues. Fani Willis, of course, she can get a job after this as the Pillsbury Dough Girl. No doubt about it.
Taking a shot at women, man. That's stupid.
Well, I'm taking a shot at Fani Willis. Look, she's putting her big zip code size ass out there, and I can take a shot if I want to. And by the way, I think you like super overweight women. She's a twofer, Tyrone. Maybe you would consider dating her. You get two women in one.
Okay, when you're losing, I guess that's what you do. You ain't got
well, we're not losing because what Sarge just quoted. And now there's another shoe to drop here, and that is, now I'm going to finish listening to Fani, but as Sarge said, this guy committed perjury, and all of it's connected. He is her number one man. And by the way, these other people have a lawsuit to bring against her also because they were being paid less. That's workplace discrimination.
Okay.
One of the strongest lawsuits in existence. No, listen, Tyrone, you don't want to listen. But look here, it's going to happen. She's out. She's OUT because when the other shoe drops, Mr. Wade has been found in perjury and all kinds of irregularities. He lied on that form. And when you get an officer of the court lying, committing perjury, that's a problem, sir.
Okay, so check this out. I want everybody to be clear about this right here. I want y'all to look at the screen, and it's on Mike Roman, right? Here's Mike Roman, and he's the one that was on the other side of the damn table today. It's Mike Roman from the Fani Willis case, and the onus is on Mike Roman. I want y'all to hear me clearly. None of this shit what Mr. Solutions and Sarge is saying is even relevant. It's on. Shut up. Now let me finish.
I'm not saying anything, bitch boy.
Okay, I'm not gonna call your names, but shut the fuck up.
That's a good way to start with your Neanderthal ass. And I start now.
Okay, so shut the fuck up. But the onus is on. Why does this keep pasting this? Hold on. Okay, here we go. Okay, here's Mike Roman, right? The onus is on this guy to prove improprieties. Oh, New York Times won't let me Sign in. But here's my point. The onus is on Mike Roman to prove improprieties and misconduct committed by Fani Willis and her team to throw her off of the Trump case. That was not done today. It was not done today. Wade's wife clearly has been coached into trying to drag Wade down because of the Trump's case. She's a coon. That's what the fuck she is. Because she listening to, why don't you just get your divorce? You're going to get a lot of damn money from your husband anyway. He's an attorney. Just be happy with however y'all go y'all separate ways. You know, it is what it is. Y'all broke up. Let that be that. But you shouldn't be trying to drag this political or this case about the Georgia election fraud case into your divorce trial. So she full of shit for doing that and listening to the Trump team. She probably got paid some money. I don't know that for sure, but she probably got something out of that to try to drag her husband down. And not to mention that she's probably pissed with him anyway for them breaking up. So there's a whole lot of stuff that's probably going on that side. But my point is, it's on Mike Roman, this white man, to prove that there has been improprieties committed in this case here, and they have not been. It was not proven today, and it's not proven. All this shit that this is Mike Roman on the screen now. All this shit that Sarge and Mr. Solutions is talking about ethics and moral and what they spent, and that doesn't even fucking matter, because they established, Fani Willis established, she'd hired him at a certain salary. She is getting paid a certain salary. They was getting paid a certain salary after they got on the Trump case. That money was used to go on vacation. That money was used to buy lunches. It's their salaries. The way Sarge and Mr. Solutions is talking is that they're not supposed to use any of their money to do certain things because this white man, Mike Roman, is accusing them of spending exorbitant amount of money and all this kind. No, nobody counts their fucking money like that. And it's stupid for you guys to take up these damn talking points because they're black and Mike Roman is white, and you're trying to bring down Fani Willis. You hear Mr. Solution keep trying to demean her about her size or whatever. It's the same dumb shit. No, Fani Willis ain't do nothing wrong, guys. And she's gonna come out on top on this, and they're hopefully they'll be able to continue to prosecute these people who try to steal the Georgia election.
Well, you were the one who said it would never even get to an evidential hearing, and I told your ass that it was. And, of course, like you always do, you poo-poo and you scoff, and you tell me I don't know anything about the law, and then I'm the one that always turns out to be right about matters of the law, and you look like an asshole with egg on your face. You were the one who said it would never get to this point. And I told you it was.
You still haven't presented.
And there is an ethical question here. There is an ethical question here to be decided, and it has to do with the prosecutorial standards established by the state of Georgia, not by you and not by me, by the state of Georgia. And we shall see. The whistleblowers
would never get to this point, Tyrone.
The whistleblowers are going to come forward and give their side of the story about what's been going on in Fani Willis's office.
Can I ask a question, Tyrone, to ask the two people that's worried about this woman waiting and what she looked like and what they wanted to be in the bed with her? Are they jealous?
Well, wait a minute. I'm the only one talking about her weight, and I like talking about it because
she talking about somebody's weight, and I don't know what you look like, but am I really?
I can tell you. I'm 6'2". I'm 6'2". I just went to and got my medical blood work the other day. I'm 6'2". And I weigh 215. 215.
That had nothing to do. I think you're overweight if you're 215. I don't care how tall you are. But anyway, in my opinion. But anyway,
you don't know anything about weight.
She didn't go to law school for her weight. She didn't go for her looks. She went to make some money.
She's not overweight either, guys.
But Tyrone,
she's not overweight. So
no, she's not overweight. She's grossly overweight. No, she's not just overweight.
No.
She's
grossly. When did you go to medical school to know who's overweight?
Excuse me?
When did you go to medical school to tell who's overweight?
You have to go to medical school to know if you're overweight? That's crazy. What the hell are you talking about?
Sarge, I have a question for you and Sarge. Now,
go ahead, shoot. What is the question?
All the things that Trump has done, and while he's in New York today, this is a derail from putting her out. This is mighty strange that they're going to have her testifying today, the day that Trump got to go to New York.
The conversation about a case.
Thank you.
What
Does
I
that
wanted
make
to,
sense?
what I
Does that
wanted
make
to,
sense?
it's about her personal persona. That's just me commenting on her weight because I like to.
Well, let me comment on you. That's like saying, I'm talking about repairing
But what do you have to do with it?
Shut up when I'm talking, damn it.
Hold on, let him
What do
get
you
it out.
have to do with your no talking ass? You sound like an
That's
animal.
like me.
Let him get it
You
out.
sound like an animal. Go
Hey,
back in your cage.
why are you talking as I'm talking? Why are you talking as I'm
You
talking?
savage. Go back in your cage, you fucking
Mr.
savage.
Solution, let him get it out. You was able to
All
talk.
right,
Let
go
him
ahead.
Get it out.
That's like me discussing with Tyrone about how to fix a muffler on a car, but then you're talking about how fat the mechanic is. Make that make sense?
Well, okay, he asked me a question, Tyrone. May I respond?
Go ahead.
All right, okay. Now, the thing of it is, I know it doesn't have anything substantively to do with the case. I've already made my case for the ethical violations, the policy violations, the moral clause violations.
No.
I've already substantially made my case for that. Now I want to have fun poking at the Pillsbury Dough Girl.
Are you mad? Hold on. Are you mad though, man? That period third dough girl ain't giving you some of that wet? Is that why I'm mad?
I didn't quite pick that up. Repeat that, sir.
Look at it in her situation. He wouldn't even look.
No. Hold on. If he don't get it, then therefore, no wonder you mad. If you don't get it, you don't know what wet means. That tells me no, you don't get it, huh? That tells me
what
that.
did you say? I didn't get anything you said. What did you say? Repeat it. If it's a quality statement, you should be able to repeat it.
Big J, that ain't the only thing he ain't getting. That ain't the only thing he ain't getting.
She's
okay, I have a substantive question for anybody here on the line. A substantive question that I don't think I'll get an answer to. How about let me ask it, if you don't mind.
Stormy Daniels and all of the stuff that Trump is doing.
Okay, she doesn't have a substantive question, but I do. I'd like an answer from someone on the line here if I can ask my substantive question.
And all the things behind him. Do you think he should be running for president since you want to worry about that lady?
See, I mean, that's what I mean. I'm going to ask a question about the case, and this number wants to babble on about Donald Trump's campaign.
You don't want to talk about Donald Trump. That's
all right, so look, here's the question here. Now, Fani Willis was concerned about the appearance of impropriety. She was concerned so much about the appearance of impropriety that she insisted upon paying, allegedly, half of the proceeds for the services and goods that they enjoyed together on their little junkets, because she wanted to be scrupulous about avoiding the appearance of impropriety. Now, here's my question.
That's not true. That's not true. That is not true.
Hold on. Let him get it out. Let him get it out.
Why in the hell didn't she document it?
Okay, so hold on. I'm going to let Mama's boy go, but listen.
Answer the fucking question and stop interrupting me.
Okay, we're going to answer the question. Okay, Maze and Mrs. Solutions, I got y'all on mute for a second. But I want to answer too. That's not true, and that's not why Fani Willis paid. Fani Willis paid because she told us and the rest of the world that she don't need a damn man paying shit for her. That's what she said on the goddamn stand today. It won't about no impropriety. She just paid her way because it was her. She felt it her responsibility to pay her half. Now, I don't know what Mama's boy heard, but that's what I heard.
What is she, a fucking ghetto lot?
No.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Like you said, Tyrone, that was a contentious part of their relationship, which is some of the reason why they broke up, because Mr. Wade is more of a traditionalist, and she wasn't gonna be that way. She gonna pay her half and pay her way, and she ain't gonna let no man, pay all this and all that, and then she's like some sort of subservient. Her dad taught her to keep cash money on her all the time, don't never go out without some cash on you. So when they went on these trips, they basically split, you know, parts of the trip, and the funny thing about the credit card, that's something I laughed about earlier.
Hmm?
The guy is a world traveler. He's been on like 6 continents, so he has like a hookup with a travel agent and a booking agent for boats and shit. Because he does this shit without this woman. He was doing it before he met her and all this sort of shit. So he would book the trip. One trip he booked with his credit card, but she paid cash before they even left to go on the trip. She paid him the cash that he used to book the fucking trip. So, it came all out in the wash. It was basically, the Trump, attorneys on a fishing expedition
Yeah,
instead
and
of
I want you to notice
instead
the
of
way
proving anything.
I want you to notice the way Sarge framed it, because he framed it in a way where he said that Fani Willis was worried about improprieties. That is not what happened. So he lied again whenever he watched the
Oh, so
hearing
she
today.
wasn't worried about impropriety. Well, that makes it even worse.
You just mad because that
You
woman is
just
going
No,
made
no,
up.
that makes it even worse. What the hell is she, a hood rat or a district attorney?
Why you
Because
gotta
she
call
damn
her a
sure
hood rat?
wasn't acting like a district attorney.
What
Who's
you gotta call
worried
her a
about
hood?
ethics and the potential of prosecutorial malfeasance.
Wait a
You
minute.
acting like a
Hold on.
witness.
This lady is a district attorney, right? And she got her law license and she's been practicing for some time.
Oh, but she worried about what her man think about.
And you call her a hood rat? The only
that's what
hood
I'm
rat right now is you fucking idiot. And you hood ratting for Donald Trump, clearly.
Every day.
Go ahead, Elisa.
But her father was a lawyer.
Go ahead.
I was just going to add that I get why she was paying her way. It depends on how long they were dating when they started taking trips. Now, after I got divorced and started dating, I did not want and I did not allow men to do, it's an echo. I did not allow men to really be paying for stuff because sometimes they expect stuff in return. So I felt I used to do somewhat the same too, because I don't want you expecting anything into return if we are just dating. That's just me. So that's
It seems like she's a part of this modern person, this modern woman, to where she's trying to just do it on her own and don't need all of that stuff. Like Mama's boy said, Mr. Wade is more like me, a traditionalist. I would rather open the car door. I would rather spend the money. But Fani Willis ain't a person to have all of that. She said she's gonna do it on her own, and I understand that because that's just the way things is.
I understand that too.
Yeah,
I understand that too. And it also being in her position with the job, she doesn't want anybody expecting anything from her.
Yeah.
And she doesn't want to have to feel that she's indebted to anybody. So I pay my own things. Because a great example. Gabrielle Union, and I can think of her, Dwayne Wade, her and her husband. And she had made a statement about the mortgage. She pays her half of this and this and that. And man, the people went off. They were so upset that because Dwayne Wade has stolen his like 3-4 times the money that she does, right? She has money. She makes a good living. But he has so much more than she does. Why don't you just let that man? And Dwayne Wade answered this when he did a different interview. He said everybody's just talking, and okay, there's a bad echo.
Who line is that? Maze, I believe that's your line. Can you put your phone on mute for a second?
Okay.
Oh, okay. Let me try. Okay, it's gone. He said the reason why that Gabrielle Union wants to split everything, because like their home and different things, she probably don't split everything, but their mortgage and things like that, because back when they were dating, he made a comment about something, well, this is my house. And he pulled that on her. And she said in their marriage and in their relationship, some women just feel this way. I don't ever want to be told that a house that I'm living in, that one person can say to me, this is my house. She never wanted to hear that. This is our house. And when he explained that, I totally got it. But people were saying, well, you're supposed to live the traditional. The man paid the mortgage, he got so much money, and maybe she would have. But he said when they were dating, they were arguing about something, he pulled that, this is my house. And she said she would never have that said to her again, not in her home she was living in. I got it.
Yeah, that's a modern woman, I guess, and ain't nothing wrong with that. But sorry,
that ain't the modern district attorney doesn't even know the regulations of our own goddamn county.
But hold on, Sarge. Wait a minute. Sarge, you lied when you said that she was paying because she was trying to hide improprieties. That was a fucking lie. Everybody seen that hearing know that was a lie. So why'd you come on here and tell that lie?
She's not a ghetto woman. She's a district attorney. She's got an ethical obligation whether you think she has one or not.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a minute. So if she would have allowed Wade to pay her way, you would have came on here and argued that they used the money inappropriately and she should be disqualified. That's what you would have said,
Given
right?
the context of the payments, she had no business not disclosing the relationship from the beginning. Had she done that, she wouldn't be in the trouble that she's in now.
Sarge, listen, those, like I said, Georgia law allows those two to date. That was one of the first things that they pointed out, that there was no problem. Okay, let me finish, damn it, so people can know. That was one of the first things they pointed out because they was trying to say that was an issue, that they was in the same office dating, and it says it. As a matter of fact, on the other side, there are two people on that other side dating, and they ain't being brought up as no goddamn issue. But my point is, Georgia law allow those two dating without saying that it's impropriety. That's just bullshit.
It is not acceptable if there is appearance of one obtaining a benefit from it. Then it's not acceptable. That is what is at determination in this hearing.
No, it's not. That is not what man. You don't pay attention to shit.
Evidentiary hearing for prosecutorial ethics is.
Okay, that's not what the hearing was about. Let me tell you what the hearing was about. The hearing was about if Fani Willis's relationship with this prosecutor that she brought on tainted or affected the defendant's fair trial.
Yeah, it was about
And
Mike
it
Roman.
doesn't.
Mike Roman bought that shit up there.
That's what the fucking judge has to determine, that if their relationship disenfranchised those defendants, then yeah, the whole goddamn squad getting yanked and the whole thing's getting yanked. But all you heard today in court was just salacious details of a consenting adult relationship that they allowed to have. Wasn't nothing. As a matter of fact, because I paid attention, they told no one about the relationship. No one knew about the relationship. Told no one. And they broke up. They broke up in the middle of 2023. In the summer of 2023, they broke the fuck up because he wanted to be the man and she wanted to be who she was, and it just clashed.
And let me say this right here, mama's boy. Now listen, and I got to give the other side credit, right? Because even though I'm telling you and mama's boy is telling you and other people are telling you nothing came out of this thing today, the other side actually got traction. And the reason that they got traction is because this is where they operate at, in the mud. So now we heard Fani Willis expose some of her personal information. We heard some personal information on Wade, and we know about their. So what the Trumpers are going to do, and what MAGA is going to do, and what Mr. Solutions and Sarge is going to do is keep repeating whatever Fani Willis said that they think is derogatory, that they think that they can use against her. They're gonna put it in memes. They're gonna put it in videos, and then after a while, you're gonna see all the MAGA just constantly reposting what Fani Willis said today. Her anger when she got upset today, you're going to see a lot of that. So they're going to use that type of stuff to try to discredit Fani Willis. I don't think it's going to work, but that's how they work. Is they go ahead and muddy the water and they get out there.
That's exactly right. We're going to use the evidence revealed in the court. We are definitely going to do that.
Okay, well, see, this is why I don't understand why you call your... Shut up. This is why... Shut up. This is why I don't understand why you call your police officer. Because what I just described was not no fucking evidence, Sarge. What is wrong with you? Why are you calling yourself an ex-police officer?
The witness's testimony, not evidence. What the fuck did you get your law degree from? What is the witness's testimony, not evidence?
Where'd you get?
Are you insane?
Where'd you get yours from?
The fuck?
Man, who the fuck sounds insane? Who sounds insane right now?
Sarge,
I never heard people like you in my goddamn life.
Like
get that man some milk.
Push whatever you want to fit your goddamn
Get
agenda.
that nigga some milk.
Only thing y'all gonna do is use salacious fucking details about this fucking hearing so y'all can
We're gonna use what was revealed in the trial as evidence.
Evidence for what?
We're not gonna make shit up like you do.
So basically, hold on, I'm gonna get you, Lisa. Basically, y'all gonna use propaganda to try to discredit Fani Willis. That's what you're gonna do.
Exactly.
We're gonna use evidence to discredit her, unlike you.
Okay, good.
We're not gonna say that a non-disclosure agreement is hush money payments like your side does.
Okay,
we're not gonna do that.
There's no side. The truth is no side. The truth is just the truth when you give it out, and a lie would always keep rolling.
Right,
a non-disclosure agreement is hush money and a federal election campaign violation.
All right, hold on. I was trying.
He'll tell you, and you'll probably agree with him.
Okay, I was trying to get.
Saying, Tyrone, is that they don't want Trump to be tried at all. They want to destroy the woman and forget about.
Oh, that's a good point, Mace.
That's what they're trying to do. That's what it sounds like.
We can get justice.
Hold on, Sarge, you got to shut up. Hey, Sarge and Mace, I'm gonna mute y'all for a second. Miss Elisa, go ahead. Good Lord.
Yeah. Okay. The Republican side, the MAGAs, they all said that what's Biden's son name? Hunter Biden. That he's guilty, he did this, he did it with no evidence. They just all is he guilty. They got the evidence to this and that. If Fani them was trying Hunter Biden and had him all caught up in RICO, would they would not. Would you be arguing this? And saying that Fani is all this claim about bunch of the people brought up about Fani this or that. Would you think that this much capacity arguing this Fani?
Man, what happened to her vocal?
Oh, Elisa, they say your audio went down a little bit.
Why is she doing that? Can I speak again?
Let's see what happens. Are you there, Lisa? Well, go ahead, Maze, and then when she comes back in, I'll let you.
She sounds muffled.
It's like they want to destroy the case. That's what Solution and Sarge sound like. They want to destroy the case.
Yes, that's precisely what we want to do. We want to prove the evidence and the law.
Evidence in the law. Well, if that's the case, Trump should have been in jail a long time ago.
Okay, so I think Elisa's back.
She said the Hunter Biden thing, when Hunter said he wanted to have a trial so the people could hear. I heard nothing else about it. So, Sarge, you are number 5.
And again, this is an evidentiary hearing for the purposes of determining whether or not Fani Willis should be disqualified as a prosecutor in this case. That is the purpose of the hearing.
Okay, hold on.
Sam can't be prosecuted on the Supreme Court, though, can he?
Well,
okay, hold on. Let me. I think Elisa's back. You there, Elisa?
Yeah, my earphones
cut
off. After I pose this question, I'm gonna let go because my earphones they went away. So I'm doing my regular speaker. If Fani and them had Hunter Biden, Sarge, who you all say is guilty of this, and they got all this evidence. If this was his trial in RICO in Georgia, and she was coming after them, and Hunter Biden's lawyers and all of them came up with all of this against Fani, would you argue this hard against Fani?
I'm going to tell you like I answer this. Every time you ask me these hypothetical questions, I give you the same answer. I am going to look at what the law says, I'm going to look at what the indictment says, and I'm going to look at what the evidence says, and when I look at all of those things together, I can give you an answer. Until I get that, I cannot.
Well, the law in New York says Donald Trump is a rapist, and you're supporting a rapist. Do you agree with that, sir?
Oh, you're stupid as hell, man. You get dumber by the day. How's that possible?
When is he gonna get on the case about Trump? Is what I want to know, so he can tell us what the law says about the stuff he's doing. We were waiting. I'm waiting for today. When Sarge come out and give us that case, he overlooks it.
Again, I read the indictment and I read the law. That's why I know better than you do. Because I actually read the indictment.
Honestly speaking,
we gonna see this man.
Going into the day, I was worried that they might try to derail the case. But sitting there looking at these people and them reaching for a reason to disqualify her, I don't see any misconduct, and I don't see any. The thing that Sarge is saying about she should have disclosed the relationship, that's not written anywhere in law. And like I said, the Georgia law says that these people can have a relationship, and they don't have to disclose who the hell they sleeping with. That is crazy.
Well, if that's not true, why do you think an evidentiary hearing is going on then? They just conjured it out of nothing?
I'm gonna tell you. Hold on for a second. The reason that we're dealing with this is because Wade is going through a divorce, right? And his wife accused him of being with Fani Willis and using money on Fani Willis during their relationship. That's the only reason that we're here right now. And to me, they didn't prove. Let me finish. They didn't prove that today because Fani Willis and Wade said that they started their relationship in 2021, and him and his wife. 2022.
Yeah.
And him and his wife, I believe they separated in 2021. So I don't think they proved any of that.
But I'm saying the lady that was on the lady on the stand today that witnessed that they supposed to have, or was she was at home?
No, she was on a Zoom call. Ain't that some shit? You didn't bring your ass to court? What the fuck? You didn't bring your... She was under oath, but she was still on a Zoom call.
Yeah, that's how they have court now after COVID now. They can do it.
And now check, she was lying, whoever she was.
But check this out. Check this out. This is the funny thing of it all. If you just counting right now, there's two witnesses that are corroborating each other, and one person saying nah. And this lady's supposed to be a disgruntled past employee. She either they told her she either had to quit or they was gonna fire her. So that just to put a little perspective on it. But
yep, they need to check their bank account too.
So,
divorces
hold
are.
on, Tyrone. Hold on, Tyrone. I want to say this one part because it seems like Sarge is not hearing me. And you keep telling him too, Tyrone. So I'm going to say this again. It's not an evidentiary hearing about improprieties of Fani Willis spending money on a love affair. The whole entire hearing, the thing that the judge has to make a ruling on is whether or not their relationship infringed the defendant's right to a fair fucking trial.
Exactly.
That's it. And none of that was proved today. None of that. No, not even scratched. They didn't even scratch a side of it.
Nope.
You just said what I said in another way. I don't know why we're arguing about that point.
Over that lie. When you tell a lie, you said it another way. That's not what you said.
I mean, I don't know why. I said it's a disqualification hearing. That's just a shorthand way of saying what you said.
Yeah, right.
I don't understand why you can't understand that, Maze, but I don't understand why you understand English.
If you paid attention to the hearing, if you paid attention to the hearing,
that's what it is. For whatever reason.
You don't know Joey like.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Let me add this, and you know what? As trashy and as low vibrational as this whole thing is, but they have her in court. It's best that they go. And one of the reasons they are having the hearing, because it's best, and not just because what you said, but in addition to, best that they do, because the Republican and the right and the people are able to lose their lunch Just go ahead and let's just put it out there, show the people, and it was best that they did decide to have the hearings. It's the best thing that they did.
Hey,
They're
Sister
not going to
Elisa.
abide by it, but it's the best thing that the MAGAs aren't going to accept the rulings, but it's best that they did have it, air it out, so the public can hear and move on.
That's right. And go on to the trial.
Can I piggyback off what you said, sis?
Yeah.
Because you definitely on the money. Now listen, what Fani Willis did, the reason why it's going to get so much pub and it's pretty much going to shut down this whole hearing is, first of all, they were in the middle of arguing whether or not she was going to testify at all.
Mm-hmm.
So she surprised the defense by showing the fuck up, saying, "I waived that. I'll testify."
Mm-hmm.
That was the first bullet that shot him down.
And the second one was she said they were lying on them papers that they had out there.
Well, that right there was epic, and that was like epic. She was already she was already clapping cheeks when she did that. But the other thing that was very interesting is that when she started laying out all the products, she just broke down. She said, "I'm not the one on trial. You got things confused. I'm not the one on trial here. The only reason why I'm here is because y'all, the defendants that y'all are supporting tried to steal an election. Okay? That's what it's all about. In a nutshell, that's all the judge wanted to know is if something funny was done with the money. And once it was established that she paid this part, he paid that part, you can't even prove that in fucking regular family court that somebody is benefiting off of a relationship.
And it stood out to me that they was getting paid. They were getting paid less with this thing than they normally do.
Yeah, well, that was one of his claims, and they even took Fani through the actual policy. Okay, and that's the reason why she said in the hearing that she didn't know, to her understanding, at an attorney general status, somebody who's practiced law and climbed all the way up, she didn't know that was part of the policy where if you go out to dinner with someone over accumulation of times, once it's over $100, you should report that. She's never known that, never been a thing in all the positions she's been in. It's never been a thing. So they were hanging their hat on some real flimsy shit that she came in and actually, like a teacher, showed them what it was about. And the dude ain't even an employee of hers. He an employee to the state of he wasn't even really an employee. He's a contractor to the state of Georgia and to the Fulton County Police Department. When you look at the policy, it's for people that work under her for the damn police department, not like contractors that they call in. They two totally different people, but she didn't even have to address that because the whole point of what they were doing, she buy dinner sometimes, he buy dinner sometimes. Man, bro, ain't no judge fucking with that. Not even in no family court.
It's interesting to me how the hell everybody's all of a sudden interested in Fani Willis' relationship, but they don't give a shit about Trump being on Jeffrey Epstein's island, paying Stormy Daniels for and having sex with Stormy Daniels while Melania is pregnant or whatever, and just womanizing women. They don't give a shit about what Donald Trump is doing.
We gotta say it. They will sit here and scrutinize a black woman who has strived to get to where she at. They'll rather throw that in the trash just to protect a white boy who will run up and grab a woman by her pussy in the middle of fucking public, fucking just straight assault the damn woman, admit to it, right? had to pay motherfucking 88.3 million, and they still support that motherfucker.
He got found liable, but they didn't say nothing about his sexual activities. But they
Look,
all
I heard that judge say he did it. That judge said he did it. I heard the judge say he did it. He sexually assaulted a woman. He didn't cut no fucking corner.
They got mad with the lady that he had to pay. That's the only thing they did.
And now you got to pay her 83 more, 83 million more. The hits just don't stop coming with this clown. Yeah. And anybody that support him,
it's this cultist mentality, and I can't put my finger on it, and I don't think I ever understand it. How Donald Trump has amassed such a big mass of idiots to just believe it. Sarge is on here tonight screaming and yelling in defense of Donald Trump and in opposition to what he calls the left. And Fani Willis ain't got shit to do with the left. She got everything to do with the law. And the way he sees
the daughter
it,
of a Black Panther. She didn't have nothing to do with the goddamn. She didn't learn a thing at the feet of her father. Now, did she?
Okay.
Not a thing. He didn't teach her nothing about the left.
Okay, so the Black Panthers won't necessarily the left because
making assumptions again.
They didn't like liberals either. I don't think, but that shows you don't know nothing about Black Panthers. They was about politics, and it was about progressive movements and stuff like that. But my point is, she ain't got shit to do with the left. That is the law in your state, sir. That is the law in this place that you live, and you looking at your district attorney or whatever Fani Willis is, and you're telling me that somehow or another you can't have a district attorney that's following the law without you associating politics to it. And the only reason that you associate politics to it is because you're a cult following MAGA
trying
person.
to support
That's
that
it.
motherfucker.
That's all.
Negro, I swear to God, man, you're the most ahistorical guy I've ever heard in my life. You haven't even read the Black Panther Manifesto. It's riddled with Marxism and communism. Why don't you take the time to read it before you open your big yap? Read the goddamn thing.
Okay, check this out,
They
Tyler.
were leftists. Now, on to the issue of Fani Willis. The only thing I've spoken to today is the law. Will you tell this motherfucker to shut up for a goddamn second?
Okay.
The only thing I've spoken to all goddamn day is what was revealed in trial today, what the laws of the state of Georgia is, and what the purpose of an evidentiary hearing for disqualification of a prosecutor is. You're the one bringing up the political angle, but if you want to go there, goddamn it, I'm ready to go there with the political angle too.
Well, hold on, sir. Check this out, Tyrone.
Goddamn week.
Check this out, Tyrone. So when the judge looks at this situation, he has to determine if these two people have infringed on the rights of the defendant. And like we said before, as of right now, they haven't proven shit.
Nothing. I said they had red bases.
So when you look at the way Georgia does things, this is the interesting thing here. It's the reason why a relationship is not going to take her out either. I was trying to pose this to Mr. Pollutions, but I didn't get a chance. But in Georgia, you don't have to show the look of impropriety. You have to actually have the motherfucking evidence. You have to have the motherfucking evidence. You have to have the act. And you have to show it. You have to prove it. All that, maybe looks like it, don't look that great. None of that shit matters in Georgia.
And the funniest thing is he had to tell the one to sit down.
Yeah, that was funny as hell, didn't he? He's like, hey, man, don't make me throw you out my shit. Okay?
And tell one out, you don't answer that same question.
Hey, Tyrone, that motherfucker did some military shit. That said, hey, he said, don't ever do that again, and ain't no second chance, motherfucker. Okay? Don't ever do that again, and ain't no second chance. I see that shit again, you getting the fuck out.
Well, I hope everything, because the country needs better than this, right? Because we've seen somebody try to steal an election, right? And Georgia is at the forefront of this battle.
Mm-hmm.
And for them to be able, for white America to be able to destroy this conversation we're having about whether or not Donald Trump tried to steal the election, this easy, because it's easy to disqualify that lady if they successful. Then that shows you that white America just got control of every damn thing. They should not be able to disqualify Fani Willis based off of these accusations here. Now, if Fani Willis was somebody like a Trump, they would have all kind of damn snakes in their closet and all kind of shit would be falling out. But she's not. So they have to make up shit about this lady and then try to smear her name and all that kind of stuff. And it's sad to watch this country go through this.
Yeah, but Tyrone, you remember when Juliana smeared them 2 black women?
The same shit. It's the exact same thing.
Looking at it again. And Sarge was saying, well, they did this and they did that. He was right there with them.
Sarge actually came on here and said that they was hiding ballots under the table. Mm-hmm. What happened to that, Sarge?
Part of that. Now look what Giuliani got to pay.
What happened to Ruby Freeman?
You making up that I didn't say it. Now, motherfucker, you just say any goddamn thing to claim I said it, won't you?
Sarge, you did come on here and say Ruby Freeman.
Then you expect me to defend myself against shit I didn't even say.
You said Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss was hiding ballots.
Ever to come out the house and they clean out the goddamn outhouse. I never seen nobody like you.
So you're saying that the water main...
You just make up shit on the spot. And he said defend yourself against the shit I done made up on you, Sarge.
So are you saying that you didn't say that shit about Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss?
I told you what I had. I even played it for you on this goddamn show about the audio tapes and the videotapes of Ruby Freeman admitting to wrongdoing in the election. And like any evidence that doesn't go with your narrative, you just chose to ignore it.
Okay, so hold on. I want you to listen to me clearly. The only time you started making that claim is when Rudy Giuliani got found guilty. Before that, while it was going on and the videotape was going on about Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss, you were saying that they were stuffing ballots under the table around the time that you were sending me the fucking 2000 Muse DVD. So what I'm trying to tell you is that before Giuliani got found guilty and you started saying what you saying now about the audio bullshit, because that's the only time you said that shit. Before you was saying that just like everybody else that they were stuffing ballots under the table, Sarge. So don't lie. This is Tyrone.
Whenever I prove that you're full of shit on one thing, you immediately pivot to something else and you just put it again. You just did it again, because that's all you got. You cannot respond substantively to anything I present to you. You never can. You just narrate and change the subject. Okay. Now, let me tell you again what I said. Okay. On that stuff about the ballot boxing under the table, I repeated reports of it. I didn't say that I put any credence in it. I reported what people were saying. The things I say that I believe have credence are the very things you choose to ignore and not respond to.
I'm calling bullshit.
You highlight things that I don't place much confidence in and then say I was hanging my hat on it.
Okay, so let me check this unknown. Wait a minute, I gotta check this unknown caller. But what Sarge just said is that he was repeating conspiracies and he would I mean, who's this unknown caller? Hello? Who line is this right here? Okay, I don't know who line that is. But
hey Tyrone, I'm gonna throw you a tip. I'm gonna throw you a tip up for this clown. Because I distinctly remember him saying that's the whole reason why he knows the election is stolen.
Joe Biden.
That's the whole. Let me finish. That's the whole reason why he. Here we go. Here we go. Because he know what I'm finna say gonna damage his ass. He said out his own.
Go ahead,
he said out his own. He said out his own mouth the whole reason why he know the election was stolen was behind them stuffing ballots in Georgia. Ruby Freeman and her daughter were definitely implicated in his tirade on why Joe Biden is not a legitimate motherfucking president. Okay, I'm telling you, Sarge is full of shit.
I don't forget nothing, baby.
He like a chameleon.
I'm telling you, you're a goddamn motherfucking stinking rotten, decomposing, lying motherfucker. That's what I say about you, because I will tell you the reasons why I believe the Georgia election was stolen, and one of them was not what you just said, you ignorant ass lying son of a bitch.
Okay, so I got a legitimate question for you, like for real, like no bullshit.
Now let me tell you why I think the Georgia election was stolen. Instead of listening to this goddamn fool.
Well, let me ask you this question real quick, right? Okay, so
let me tell you is don't listen to this motherfucker, because I know better than he does.
Okay, but listen to my question.
This is what I mean about you, you piece of shit. Fuck you,
Shut up, Sarge. Let him answer the question.
Okay, go ahead, Sarge. Whatever the fuck, man, you losing it. Go ahead.
You need to go
out. Fuck, I'll tell you a goddamn lie. Fuck you, I'm through with your ass.
Well, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, right? We seen like Giuliani's case, right? And we seen what the jury came up with and the decisions that they made, right? Does that convince you any at all that Rudy Giuliani was lying on those women or anything like that?
What he got in trouble for was talking about them passing drugs. It didn't have anything to do with the election interference thing. It had to do with other things that he couldn't prove.
No, that's not why they got in trouble.
You always miss the point of these things.
Sorry, that
does not negate the charges of election fraud.
Sorry, that's not the only reason he got in trouble.
That's what you say. You don't study this in any depth. You just accept Democrat talking points.
You want me to pull up why he got in trouble, Sarge? We don't need to go through this. We already know.
Again, you just accept Democrat talking points.
He's slow to catch on.
Man, we done went through this shit a lot. Go ahead, Tyrone.
A whole lot. I can go through every one with Trayvon Martin, the guy that had on boots and not tennis shoes. And
I'm right about every one of those things are going to come out. You keep ignoring that too. I was right about Trayvon Martin. I was right about Mike Brown. I was right about Darren Wilson. I'm right about the evidence you hear. I'm right about everything. You just tell me I'm wrong all the time.
You're right about Hunter Biden too.
Every time I tell you what's going to happen, it always does. The only thing you have going for you is that the cases I want to see get in a court don't get in a court. And then you declare a victory.
Was you right? Was you right when you said Trump was going to win?
Mm-hmm. What did I tell him?
He did win. He got it stolen from him. Shit, that's what you tell you, dumbass.
There you go. Hey, Tyrone. Hey, listen, everybody. Listen. Hey, speaking of Hunter Biden, the FBI agent got the one who's supposed to had all the whatever. Mm-hmm. His ass got arrested.
That's crazy. Man, it's almost like every conspiracy that they believed in has came crumbling down, and they don't believe that this came crumbling down. And it's crazy to watch these people hold on to this stuff, man.
And they want to tear up stuff just because they can't have their way. This wouldn't make no sense. And so it's one of the head leaders with the crap that he pulled from somewhere.
Yeah,
I just don't know what to say.
Well, I mean, there's no change. And Sarge, you're a good person for calling in here and participating and all that kind of stuff. But yes. I think you crazy as a goddamn dingbat. But that's just my opinion.
So do I. But we glad we get his opinion so we can let them know that we don't.
That is my
I'm not worried about the fact of what you think about me. Don't they piss me off the way you distort what I say. I ain't worried because I can whip your ass on every point I bring up.
No,
but you just the only way you have a prayer of doing anything just means to make up shit that I didn't say.
Nobody is here to whoop nobody.
No, you can't.
I am. I'm here to whip this motherfucker's ass, and I do.
You lose every time, Sarge.
That day, you get knocked out because you've been socked upside the head all night.
Well, look, I wouldn't want you as a judge at a boxing match because you can't see. You must be blind.
You be my lawyer. I know that.
Hey,
I don't want you as a judge at a boxing match because you can't see. You ain't got no vision.
Tyrone, you need to upgrade. You need to up your insurance because Sarge be tripping and falling all on TRS, and you don't want to get sued. You know what I'm saying?
Sarge is a good person. I appreciate it, Sarge. I can't take nothing away from.
All right, Negro, since you constantly say this, that I have no basis upon which to believe there were any irregularities in the Georgia election, you owe it to me, who have a shred of honesty and integrity about your ass, for me to tell you the objective reasons upon which I base my conclusions. But you never want to hear it.
Sarge,
you always want to change the subject to something else.
But you know what? I'm an honest broker. You know what? You always repeat it, but I'll let you go ahead and continue to say the same talking points if you want to. I mean, you always say the same shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's his own opinion.
All right, one more time. Here is what has been revealed by audits conducted by the Secretary of State, audits covered by independent voter panels, audits and other evidence submitted under oath by affidavit in court. So these are the things upon which I base my conclusions. All right? It's not like I just pull it out of a hat somewhere, unlike your opinions. For instance, Georgia, as we well know, was called by 11,799 votes. Fulton County, Georgia, is the most populous county in the state. Now get this. They ain't got no digital record of all in-person votes cast in their original results. They're required to do that by law. Not a single ballot that was supposed to have been cast during early in-person voting was witnessed or signed off by poll managers, which Georgia election law requires. Seals were broken. Memory cards were taken from tabulators for the results of up to 315,000 votes. They were printed out on different machines than the ones that tabulated them, so it would be difficult to reconcile how many votes were cast on each machine. Again, another violation of election law. The ballot images of votes were destroyed along with the in-person ballots cast. The vote was counted 3 times. The original machine count, a statewide hand recount, and a second machine count. Each time, the state and Fulton County reported 3 different results that were outcome determinative. Fulton County did not count the same ballots than the original count and the machine recount. There are 19,541 distinct ballots that appear in one machine count, but not the other. I can go on and on and on, but I'm not going to. But if you would let me, I would.
You got a Republican governor out of all
but
this.
None of that.
Care. You just say there's nothing to it.
But none of that. What you just named out proved that the election was stolen. So.
No. Well,
it didn't get in the court of law. It was not heard in an adversarial proceeding like what we're seeing in Fulton County today. If it ever is heard in an adversarial proceeding, I am confident that my side of the argument will prevail.
What you supposed to do with those people that pleaded guilty?
Okay, but what I'm trying to tell you, brother.
Now she has to change the subject again.
They were guilty.
Now she has to change the subject again.
What I'm trying to tell you.
I'm talking about that to respond to what I said.
Fani done got.
I'm not answering that until you respond to what I just said.
Okay, but what I'm trying to tell you is that none of what you just said proves that the election was stolen. Do you understand that?
Even I didn't say that. You didn't hear what I said, now did you?
Okay.
I said, if we get it into court in an adversarial proceeding on the merits, I am confident that we can prove it. It has to go to court.
Okay, so let's take what you said. If we get it into court, right? Clearly, we couldn't get it into court, right? That because it would have been there if we could have got it.
We have failed in efforts to get it to be heard in court on the merits.
And because it has not been to court, we've got to go with the results that we have, right?
I didn't say we didn't have to. What I object to is you disregarding this as though it isn't evidence. Do you know what evidence is?
Okay, but let me ask you this right here.
Evidence is that information which tends to prove or disprove a thing.
Okay, so you always say I don't respond to what you say, right? So I'm going to respond to everything
and that's
you just.
True most of the time.
Okay, I'm going to respond to everything you just said. I want you to pay attention to the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Rassenberger. Okay, I'm responding to your point by point. Listen.
President Trump's pressure campaign against state officials existed in all the key battleground states that he lost. But the former president had a particular obsession with Georgia. Here is the president on the afternoon of January 6th after his own Attorney General warned him that the claims you are about to hear are patently false.
They should find those votes. They should absolutely find that. Just over 11,000 votes, that's all we need. They defrauded us out of a win in Georgia, and we're not going to forget it.
So the state of Georgia is where we will turn our attention to next. I want to emphasize that our investigation into these issues is still ongoing. As I stated in our last hearing, if you have relevant information or documentary evidence to share with the Select Committee, we welcome your cooperation. But we will share some of our findings with you today. Secretary Raffensperger, thank you for being here today. You've been a public servant in Georgia since 2015, serving first as a member of the Georgia House of Representatives, and then since January 2019 as Georgia's Secretary of State. As a self-described conservative Republican, is it fair to say that you wanted President Trump to win the 2020 election?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Secretary, many witnesses have told the Select Committee that Election Day, November 3rd, 2020, was a largely uneventful day in their home states. In spite of the challenges of conducting an election during a pandemic, you wrote in the Washington Post that the election was, quote, successful. Tell us, what was your impression of how Election Day had proceeded in Georgia?
On Election Day in November, our election went remarkably smooth. In fact, we meet at the GEMA headquarters. That's the Georgia Energy Emergency Management Association meeting location, but we were following wait times in line. In the afternoon, our average wait time was 3 minutes statewide that we were recording for various precincts, and it actually got down to 2 minutes. And at the end of the day, we felt that we had a successful election from the standpoint of the administration and the operation of the election.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Raffensperger, did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election in Georgia, and by what margin?
President Biden carried the state of Georgia by approximately 12,000 votes.
And Mr. Secretary, as I understand it, your office took several steps to ensure the accuracy of the vote count in Georgia, reviewing the vote count in at least 3 different ways. These steps included a machine recount, a forensic audit, and a full hand recount of every one of the 5 million ballots cast. Did these efforts, including a recount of literally every ballot cast in the state of Georgia, confirm the result?
Yes, they did. We counted the ballots where the first tabulation would be scanned. Then when we did our 100% hand audit of the all 5 million ballots in the state of Georgia, all cast in place, all absentee ballots, they were all hand recounted, and they came remarkably close to the first count. And then upon the election being certified, President Trump, because he was within 0.5%, could ask for a recount. And then we recounted them again through the scanners, and we got remarkably the same count. 3 counts, all remarkably close, which showed that President Trump did come up short.
Nevertheless, as you will see, the president and his allies began making numerous false allegations of voter fraud, false allegations that you and Mr. Sterling, among others, had to address.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show...
Now, that was a Georgia... No, shut the fuck up. Shut up. I want to be clear that the Georgia vote was counted 3 times, and this is the Georgia Secretary of State. None of what you just alluded to, said, or none of that stuff applied to the Georgia Secretary of State counting his goddamn votes over 3 times, one by hand, one by laser, one by fucking leprechauns, or whatever the fuck. They counted the motherfuckers over and over again. Donald Trump lost Georgia, but he insisted on stealing the fucking state, which is why Fani Willis is doing what the fuck she's doing, and your dumbass is on here goddamn supporting that goddamn election fraudist. Now you can speak.
All right, now see, Negro, what you just did. Now, I just alluded, didn't I say a moment ago, there were 3 counts, 3 different counts audited by the Secretary of State. You just mentioned them. They all had different results. You didn't mention that, and neither did he. But wait a minute, I got something even more for your ass. First of all, that sham January 6th committee was not adversarial. It was partisan, and it was one-sided. There was no redirect examination of Brad Rassenberger. If there had been, this might have come out. 4,081 false votes for Joe Biden were included in the hand count audit results for Fulton County. Wait a minute now. This came from Brian Rassenberger's investigators working for his fucking office. They were the result of 36 accounting errors, which were confirmed by Brian Kemp's office and investigators who worked for Brad Rassenberger, but they were never removed from the official hand count results. Those errors alone would have reduced the margin to 7,698 votes. But that ain't all. The hand count audit. I'm going to specific. Shut up, bitch. Will you shut the fuck up?
Can I say something to be
hand count audit included 3,935 accounted for votes due to 11 missing batch sheets in Fulton County. The differences from the original count to the hand audit total was at least 15,690 votes, which is more than the entire election margin alone. The 4,081 Biden votes plus missing votes discovered in Gwinnett County, 1,642, Fayette County, 2,755, Floyd County, 2,700, Douglas County, 923, and Walton County, 284. Likely due to machine counting errors. I got more than that. If we ever get this shit in the court, motherfucker, we gonna beat your goddamn ass.
Okay, sorry. Listen, I want you to understand this right here. The election is over, right?
Yes.
None of that
That's
stuff.
what I mean about you.
Okay. I listened to. No.
That was over.
Listen.
And you made a big fuss about that one.
Okay, listen. I listened to you talk. I didn't interrupt you one time, so just shut up. Listen. The election is over, right? You are not Brad Raffensperger. The Secretary of State told you what the final count was. You're insisting on these conspiracy numbers that you're promoting to me that don't mean a hill of goddamn beans. The only thing those numbers do is keep you awake at night, obviously, because they're not legitimate and it isn't gonna make no damn difference. So you've been holding on to those numbers for about 3 or 4 goddamn years, and it has not turned the tide of shit, and it's not going to turn the tide of shit in the future. As a matter of fact, the tide is going to turn the other way if Fani Willis is allowed to continue with her investigation. So that's stupid. That shit is stupid. What you're saying.
The only thing you got going for you, like you said, it hasn't turned the tide. Other than that, every single thing I said is verified by audit from the counties themselves.
You don't have no papers?
Everything I just got through saying is verified by those county auditing themselves.
Listen, the final word on what you're talking about is Brad Rassenberg, and we just heard what his
Well, you're an authority stooge, man. Whatever the authorities tell you that back up what you want to believe, you accept. You're a stooge for the authorities.
Oh, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Before I leave. You remember when they were supposed to make Trump Speaker of the House? Yeah. Who was coming out with that mess?
What the hell is this woman talking about?
I think it was they're going to make him Speaker of the House and they're going to move and then they're going to do this. You was all with that too.
What the fuck that got to do with this?
That's all I got to say. You're a big liar.
Oh, what is it with you and your scattered brain thinking?
And that didn't happen.
You just pop it and pops in the head. You just pop it in your mouth, don't you? You're like a toaster of it.
They're going to make him Speaker of the House. Really. They didn't do that because they couldn't.
Whatever. Let them do it. So what? They got a right to elect a Speaker of the House if they decide they want to. They didn't do it. What are you complaining about? They didn't do it.
So all the things you want to happen will not happen. I'm telling you.
I didn't want him to Speaker of the House. What the fuck's wrong with you? They can't vote.
You said that's why he was going to get back to what he was going to do.
Speaker of the House, if he was Donald Trump, he wouldn't be able to cast a vote because he wouldn't be an elected congressman. Go
Go to bed, Sergeant.
I didn't want him to be a Speaker of the House. Why are you saying I wanted? You're the dumbest motherfucker on planet Earth.
No, you the dumbest.
I mean, you didn't say anything pop in your Adam's head.
No. I'm just talking about what you come up with, the last you come up with, and then try to act like you.
Well, why don't you say about the things I actually say rather than the things you say I say? Because most of the time, you're wrong.
What you say is too.
That's irrelevant. Is it irrelevant, really? When did it become irrelevant to say something I didn't say?
I got another
When is
caller.
that irrelevant?
I got another caller. Hold on. Who's this caller?
You're losing, Sarge. You're losing.
What's happening, Jay?
What's saying, Sarge, you see what happened today.
Yeah, tell us about New York, Jay.
Happening. I mean, shit. He gets slapped. He's getting slapped twice. So he's got slapped today, and got slapped the other day. Then he gets slapped today, and tomorrow he might get slapped with that 370 million bill. So it's not looking too good for your buddy that's supposed to be the winner, and everybody else is losers. He's looking like the big loser right now, Sarge.
What do you think about
Whatever. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to respond to that? There's nothing to respond to. You ain't got nothing to say about that. You just repeated your usual talking points. What am I supposed to say? Okay, whatever, Jay.
Sarge, there's really nothing. You ran out of fuel. You're out of fuel. So, I mean, what are you going to argue about? Really? Seriously.
Jay, I have nothing to argue about with what you just said. You're right. Nothing. I have no response to it other than say, whatever, Jay. That's it. That's my response. Whatever.
You see that the shit is lining up. And yet now you starting to see like, oh shit, this shit might be some shit. And
hey, I'm reading the polls, baby. I ain't worried about a goddamn thing. Your side better start worrying.
Listen, the poll is gonna go in his ass if you go to jail. Listen, what's gonna happen is this. The only polls that matter is when they go to vote the day of voting. Stop playing this game. All this polling, they're wrong. Even when CNN and all them, they're wrong too. CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, Newsman, all of them, they're projecting. They got people that call in and they putting people that's online, putting surveys, and a lot of those people ain't telling the fucking truth, and a lot of people are not even participating. So you want to go by polls and surveys, keep going that way. But I'm going to tell you the reality is this. Donald Trump is going to lose the election, period. Remember I told you that.
It's nice to hear your opinion on that. But right now, the only two cases that the American people have any concern about are the one in Fulton County, and right now that turd is circling the drain. And the other thing is Jack Smith's phony case out in D.C., and that was on the ropes. So you guys ain't got no case, because don't nobody give a fuck about Alvin Craig's hijack, piggyback, federal election interference case over which he has no fucking jurisdiction whatsoever, and nobody damn sure gives a fuck about E. Jean Carroll.
Hold on for a minute. You said E. Jean Carroll was going to lose, Sarge.
I said she should lose because it was
no. You said she was going to lose.
She's a nut.
Listen, you. I got you on mute for a second, so hold on for a second. You went through this whole rigmarole about how she was making up this thing about being in the closet at the store many years ago. Nobody believes her. She said such on Alice Cooper, on Anderson Cooper on CNN. She's a liar. She got a dog named Vagina. You went through all of that shit to call her a lie, but she got found to be liable, Sarge. Or to tell the truth.
You don't like to listen to me because you like to make up narratives. I told you at the time in New York City, and particularly Manhattan Island, when this case went to that jury, he was likely to lose. I said, despite Jean Carroll's testimony was not a bit credible. She had utterly no evidence. We had reams of evidence that the judge would not allow to be introduced at the trial that showed she was a fucking lunatic.
You're lying. You said that she was going to lose.
The judge wouldn't allow the evidence about the Law and Order episode to be introduced. The judge wouldn't allow the testimony about her saying rape was sexy to be introduced. The judge wouldn't allow the testimony about her cat named Vagina. It wasn't a dog, it was a cat. She called her cat Vagina. There's all kind of evidence that motherfucker kept out of the trial.
So now it's the judge's fault.
Okay, see what I mean? I give you facts and you just change the fucking subject.
No, I didn't change it because the judge did not stick his digit into E. Jean Carroll. That was Donald Trump. And you're trying not to even put the blame.
The issue was the credibility of the respondents given the fact that there was no other evidence than their testimony.
Well, no, there was evidence. Hold on. She called.
Irrelevant there, Maze.
Listen, hold on. She called like 2 other witnesses that corroborated her story at the time. Sorry, Donald Trump didn't have that. So don't tell me they want no evidence.
She did not have any witnesses that gave contemporaneous complaints about the woman. Everything she said was far after the fact. The goddamn incident occurred in 1995.
Listen, brother.
They was like crazy.
Listen,
we're not crazy like you.
Listen, there was like 2 people that she called right afterwards, and they was able to be witnesses.
So it was their testimonial evidence and his. And
okay. The way it worked, E. Jean Carroll made the claim, right? And then she said, I got these people that I made these phone calls to right after, or I told these people of this incident right after, and they can be witnesses and you can ask them what happened. So clearly they got on the stand and they told them you know how the fucking shit worked, and they were believable. So I mean, come on, Sarge.
The lady that was it. Listen, how about that lady?
Again, Tyrone, the evidence that Trump wanted to introduce in his defense was excluded by the judge.
Listen,
it would have cast doubt upon her credibility, and the judge would not allow it to be admitted.
There was a lady that was on a plane that also said that she had an encounter with him and that he harassed her sexually. So, I mean,
okay, did they introduce that evidence against him in trial?
Sarge. This man has
Wait a minute. Now see how you go. Now all of a sudden, this evidence is important. But the evidence that the man who is the defendant in the case, he has, he's not relevant to be introduced.
When a prosecutor is bringing a case forward, right, they're gonna dig up all the person's history and dirt. And what happens is, and you know this. Come on, let's stop playing this game. You know that they look at a pattern. Right? They say, well, wait a minute, he did this. Then he did it again. Then he did it again. Oh, he did this there. Sarge, there's a pattern of this man doing multiple things that's why he's where he's at. The case, he got one case with that, and there was women that say, yes, he's done that. Right? With the lying about the money shit. They say he's been lying for that. Government officials say, yes, he be lying. Sarge, he's a fucking liar, and he's got himself jammed up.
And
That's what I'm saying.
Let me say this right here. I hear all this stuff, and Sarge keep blaming the judge, right? But listen, E. Jean Carroll's lawyers was able to put on a case and actually win. But it's on Donald Trump's lawyers to actually be able to have access to the information that Sarge is complaining about. So if you're complaining about anybody, you should complain about his fucking defense. Alina Habba and all them crazy ass motherfuckers. Who's this unknown caller?
They had the evidence and the judge disallowed it to be admitted. Why are you not listening? What are you, deaf?
Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is Trump has some shitty ass lawyers if they wasn't able to present the case.
The judge makes a ruling on what evidence.
I hate when you talk over me. If they wasn't able to present the case that you're trying to argue for right now, and you're saying that it should be presented, that is not the judge's fucking fault. That is his lawyer's fault, because obviously they didn't know what the fuck they were doing. But go ahead, Joe.
Man, I swear to God, the judge did not want that evidence in there because it would tend to prove
No. Let's get real about this.
And when this thing goes to appeals, you're going to see it's going to be reversed or substantially reduced.
She had the dress, and he refused the DNA test.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
If he didn't do it, all he had to do was take DNA test, it would have been over.
What was the DNA going to come from? Did she have DNA evidence to introduce a trial?
He just refused to
she had the dress.
He kept the dress.
There wasn't nothing on the dress. You never said there was.
No, listen,
Donald Trump. What are you talking about?
Listen.
You mean the dress she said she was wearing that wasn't introduced by Donna Karen until 2 years after the alleged event?
That's not the point. The point is Donald Trump refused to give a sample of DNA. He refused to give a sample of DNA. It made news. I remember that shit. You don't remember that?
Wait a minute. This guy just cited the dress, the Donna Karen dress that she so proudly modeled on the cover of Vogue and said this was the ensemble she was wearing when Donald Trump sexually assaulted her. Well, guess what? That dress wasn't introduced until 2 years after she gave as the date of the event in question. And now you're citing that as evidence to compare DNA with, which couldn't possibly have been put there, given the fact that it didn't even exist until 2 years later.
If that is indeed the case, why didn't he just take a DNA test and it would have been
This is what I
done
mean,
over?
man. So now you change the subject again. He told me it was a dress.
Yes.
And she made a big deal out of the dress.
Yes.
No, listen. Donald
all
Trump.
right, never mind.
Listen.
Okay, whatever.
No,
Whatever
Donald Trump. Here it is right here. Donald Trump was refusing to give the DNA test for years up until 2023, look like. And then whenever he offered the DNA in 2023, the judge refused it, is what this stuff is saying.
And by the way, she did not say he sexually penetrated her as to what rape means. She said she was digitally penetrated by his fingers.
That's rape in New York, Sarge. That's rape in New York.
Again, she did not say that she was raped in the sense of a penis rape.
She didn't say
she
the
was
judge
sexually assaulted, according to her, which was
judge
digital penetration. That's why it's not rape. It's sexual.
Listen, what you just described is rape in New York. What you just described, digital penetration, any penetration, is rape in New York, Sarge. So let's not parse words here. That's
No,
what it is.
rape is the penetration
No,
either
it's
of
not.
the vagina
No, it's
by
not.
an
Not
instrument
in New York.
or a penis.
Not in New York.
Not in
That's
New York,
what it
brother.
is in New York.
That is not in. That's
No, sorry, the judge said it, brother.
Okay, I'm
He
going to
didn't
get the
say it, the judge
statute
said
and read it to you, okay? Because I'm not convinced you fools when you don't
I
want to
don't
plead.
care. I don't care about you and your
No,
fucking
you said you
statute.
don't
The
care what
judge
the
said it.
statute says. Do
The
you know what I mean about
judge
you
said
people?
The judge said it. The
So
judge
he
said it.
doesn't. Oh, so a judge gets to make up law that the legislature didn't pass. Gee, what kind of
Well,
court do you go to?
If you are arguing with the judge, then why didn't his lawyer? Oh, I forgot. He had a shitty
The
lawyer.
judge gave an opinion not based on the verdict.
Sarge can argue all he wants because at the end of the day,
Yeah, I know.
there's
It
only
is
going
what
to
it
be
is.
one
Yep.
verdict. It's only going to
Yep.
be one verdict, Sarge.
I
Listen,
swear, man, I love the way you guys rely upon, hey, we won, that's all that matters.
I didn't win
I love the way you
anything.
guys
I didn't
do
win
that.
that money.
Every
Listen,
time
I
I
didn't
heard
win
some
anything.
specious argument you
I
make,
did
you
not
throw
win
it back on the
anything.
notion. Well, in the end, we're the guys who won.
I did not win anything.
We did not win.
I'm not getting
Yeah.
nothing out of this shit. I'm not getting satisfaction. It's sad.
But-
It's sad for
Yeah.
the country that we got a fucking crook right now in this country trying to be president, and we got to go through the shit we going through with this piece of shit. You think I'm happy about that? Get the fuck out of here.
You better change the argument. Better
Yeah.
change the argument because you ain't.
We
on the
didn't
fact.
win anything. Trump lost, though. And that's the
Right.
reality
He's
of
the
it.
loser
He's
of
got to pay $83 million. He's going to have to pay $83 million.
By the way, in case you guys don't know what rape is, just look up New York Penal
It
Law
doesn't matter.
130-35,
It
rape in the
doesn't
first
matter.
degree. It will define for you what rape in New York is. You don't have to believe me. I didn't
Irrelevant.
write the fucking law. The New York legislature wrote it.
It's irrelevant. It still cost him $83.5
Oh, that's
million.
irrelevant. You better speak Mays in this show.
Yeah. You can call it slop dooey if you want to. It still cost him $83.5 million. You call it what you want. I don't give two shits what you call it. I give a shit that the judge basically
I don't
said
call it that.
it's
That's
going
your
to cost you
fucked up state that calls it
$83.5
that.
million.
Not me. Your fucked up state calls it that. Not me.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Like I said, we didn't win. Trump lost, though.
Well,
Yeah,
you're the
and
one
then
that said
he's
you don't
gonna
give
lose
a
again.
fuck about it, not me. I'm telling you I do give a fuck about it. That's why I'm telling you what it says.
Apparently so. Then, hey, he has a spot on his legal team right now, Sarge.
Right,
Why
go
don't you
help him.
submit your
If you
resume?
really care.
Because I think you could probably do a better job than Alina Albert. In all honesty. In all honesty, so I think you could do. I think you could do a better job than her. No, seriously, man. I'm giving you credit, man. Yeah, I'm giving you props,
He's
Sarge.
saying he can do a better job. Sarge
Yeah, I
sounds
think
like
he
he's
can do a
saying
better
he
job
can.
than her. Yeah,
And
I'm giving the guy a compliment.
Yeah, but Sarge is doubting himself when he's saying whatever to you because he knows he can't even do it. So I guess
No, because you are you argue matters of fact, and when I contradict your matters of fact with actual fact, you change the fucking subject. You do it every time.
What?
Okay. Is that
what
yeah,
the hell
okay.
is he
But
talking about?
again, Sarge, I think you got the chops to take it all the way, Sarge. Alina Harvard sucks, man. She got paid $8 million.
Some credit.
All right, okay, you guys win. You win. I win there. Bye.
Sarge,
Hey, Sarge, let me
why
ask
are
you something. Let me ask you something.
Let me ask you something real quick. Upset?
Hold on, let me ask you
upset
something.
that he's complimenting him. That's crazy. But
let me ask you something, Sarge. What do you think about Eric Trump's wife taking over the RNC?
What do you mean? She hasn't taken over the RNC, and she hasn't even said she wants the job.
Donald Trump is recommending. What do you think about it?
Yeah.
I think she'd probably be better than Ronna McDaniel was.
So
I mean, that's the decision for the Republican Party. That's not my decision to make.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision.
I think Laura Trump would probably be a good choice.
That's what I'm saying, Laura Trump. I'm just asking in the
past.
I'm just asking you your
But
opinion.
I'm not an advocate for her to be chairman of the RNC. I haven't given it much thought, frankly.
That's why I asked you your opinion. What do you think about it?
Well, I just said I haven't given it much thought. It's not a big concern of mine.
But do you think that there's a danger there?
Now you're gonna tell me what I ought to be thinking about. No, I don't think. I'm not really that interested. They're gonna pick a fucked up decision no matter what they do. They're Republicans. They manage to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory every time. A bunch of dummies.
Yeah, they gave George Santos.
The reason why you ought to give a fuck. Yeah, the reason why you ought to give a fuck. You're going into a major election, and the RNC is effectively broke.
Look, I'm not a Republican.
RNC chapters are filing
for
chapter.
Because of that goddamn Ronna McDaniel. That's probably why they broke.
Yeah.
Well, I want to give you a news flash.
Anyway, I don't give a fuck who they nominate. They ain't gonna do much worse than her.
Well, I'm gonna give you a news flash. You are a Republican, so stop saying that.
Yes.
Oh, stop it, man. See, this is what I mean about you, nigga. You expect me to answer for somebody else? I can't even answer myself with your fucking ass. Then you ask me to speak up for Ronna McDaniel, goddammit, and you can't even let me speak for my motherfucking self. Nigga, I ain't a fucking Republican.
You are a Republican, sorry, so stop it.
Stop telling me what I am and I know better than you. But don't ask me no motherfucking questions then.
He's officially a Trump Republican. He's a Trump Republican. All right, get it right.
Yeah, it's going to need the RNC backing.
That's closer to the truth than me being a Republican. What Jay just said, I'd be a Trump Republican if anything, and I'm not even really that. But that's closer to being a Republican.
Wait, hold on. We can't let you get away with that, Sarge. You're going to have to ride this train all the way now. Listen, you got the tattoo of Donald Trump on your ass cheeks. Now you can't erase it now. So when the shit hit the fan, Sarge, I don't want you to say, oh, no, I wasn't really with him all the way. No, Sarge, you got to own this shit now. Don't play around trying to run off the fucking train now that the shit is going to crash for real. Sarge, man up.
I have fully and completely confessed to the fact that when Donald Trump first ran, I thought he was a fool and a charlatan, and I didn't want to have anything to do with him. Now, I've already told you that over and over and over again. In fact, I changed my assessment based upon what I saw him saying, what I saw him saying in interviews that go back 40 years, and what he seemed to want for the United States, and I changed my mind, and by and large, I was corroborated in my decision to change my mind.
He was a
Democrat. I will make no bones about that whatsoever. And if Donald Trump makes any serious mistakes in the future, I will, not happily, but I will readily acknowledge it. Thus far, he has not, as far as I'm concerned.
He was a Democrat. He was a Democrat. He was a Democrat 40 years ago. He was a Democrat.
That's why I didn't want to have nothing to do with him. You're right, and that's why I didn't want to have nothing to do with him. But I was wrong.
Wait a minute, supporting Putin is not a serious mistake? Are you kidding me?
He supports Putin. He said if Putin is going to attack NATO members who don't pay their fair share, he didn't give a good goddamn.
That is not what he said. He said that he would encourage Russia. He said he would.
If it happens, K-Sarah, motherfucking Ra.
He said that he would encourage Russia to attack NATO allies.
I encourage them.
We were already into Ukraine for over $200 billion.
That's the same thing as
Said you got to
supporting?
pay up. And they all owed money, and they wouldn't pay it. I came in, I made a speech, and I said, you got to pay up.
Shut up.
They asked me that question. One of the presidents of a big country stood up and said, well, sir, if we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay. You got to pay your bills.
That's what he said. He would encourage Russia to do
Tyrone,
all the
if I tell Jay to go kick your ass, does that mean I'm supporting him?
Yeah.
What?
You're encouraging it.
Okay, if you say so. I don't think so.
You just
But that's NATO,
violence.
Sarge. You don't
just
invite
saying-
the enemy to fucking encourage the enemy to take out war on a fucking NATO ally. That is stupid.
How is a country with which we have diplomatic relationships an enemy? Since when is a country that you have diplomatic relations with an enemy?
Russia has always been the fucking enemy. You remember this? Remember Mr. Gorbachev tear down that wall. You remember that? You remember the Cold War,
we have an embassy
motherfucker?
in Moscow.
You
and
remember
they
the
have
Cold
an embassy
War?
in Washington, D.C. How in the fuck are they enemies when that's going on?
So Russia is not your enemy, is what you're telling me now.
Negro, you said the Russia is the enemy of the United States. That's what you said.
It is. I'm
All right, so
saying
then why
about
do we
it.
have diplomatic relations with them if they're enemies?
Well, they're their enemies, Sarge. Russia is the enemy.
Okay,
He's always
whatever.
been the enemy.
Okay, now I'm through with the argument. Whatever.
Well,
Whenever I say
you can make
whatever, that means you're immune to reason, logic, and a proper answer.
Well, Russia has always been the enemy, and even when you was in Vietnam, motherfucker, there was the red goddamn army. So you know good and goddamn
I was
well.
in the 3rd Armored Division at the Pull the Gap waiting for them to invade, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly. That was the
NATO.
enemy, you dumb son of a
I
bitch.
was part of NATO, Negro.
I know, and you was waiting on.
First Ukrainian tank guards army to come through the Pull the Gap and overrun us.
Oh, well, never mind. Go ahead, Joe. That's stupid.
So you ain't got to talk that shit to me, nigga. I have my life on the line waiting for that shit to happen.
I don't know when they didn't become the enemy. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah,
but even during that time, when I'm being trained in how to counter Soviet armor and how to withdraw to the phase lines when they did invade, we still had diplomatic relations with Russia. Even during that, even when tanks were facing off with each other at Checkpoint Charlie in Berlin, we still had diplomatic relations with Russia. They were not the enemy yet.
NATO is not a club. There's no dues to be in NATO. So what is he talking about?
Well, he's talking about the 2%.
Tell me something, man. How is NATO funded if there ain't no dues? Where does the money come from? The Tooth Fairy or the Magic Tree Fairy that the Democrats think must exist?
No,
how
hold
do
on.
they pay for itself?
No, hold on. I read it earlier, Joe, from NATO's website.
Yeah.
There's a 2% guideline of the country's GDP that NATO is asking them to pay. And if they don't pay their 2% of their GDP, then they get put on this path or this plan so they can catch up with the rest of the country that has paid their 2%. But when you look at countries like the United States and Germany, we're paying 16%, and Canada is paying 6%, and there's another country, France, I believe, is paying 5%, and then you got other countries, smaller countries, that's paying, like the decimals, like 0.1%, 0.2%, and all that kind of stuff. So everybody's not even, and that's because of the country's GDP. Everybody can't afford to pay the same amount of money because the GDPs are different in each country. And that Trump has took that and turned it into a talking point because the United States and Germany pay 16%, and they say he's so stupid. He's saying, look, we're paying 16%. And that's because our fucking GDP is much higher than every goddamn body else. But Sarge and them too stupid. They just keep repeating this stupid ass talking point about we playing.
That is dumb as a day in law. Nigga, it isn't the amount of that you pay. It is a percentage of your country's gross domestic product.
And I just showed you the chart. I just showed you the chart.
It isn't the amount you pay. It's a percentage of your gross domestic product.
Okay, I'm done.
You're an idiot.
That's
I
what he
swear to
just
God
said.
you are.
Yeah, but here's the kicker. The one time that Article 5 was invoked was an aid to the U.S. Hello?
What is that?
That
That
might be
means
quiet.
since when has any NATO country ever been invaded?
No.
When did it
He
ever
talking
happen?
about.
When did that ever happen?
He talking about either
9/11
9/11 or Desert Storm. Which one you
Yep.
talking about? 9/11.
9/11.
Yeah. See.
Okay, so let me get this straight then. So NATO decided to intervene in a country that wasn't even part of NATO, Kuwait. Kuwait wasn't even a part of NATO.
They
They
decided
were
to
under
join.
any
No, you
obligation to
dumb son of a
intervene.
bitch. Listen, they decided to stand
sorry.
beside. They decided
Sorry.
to stand behind a NATO country, which is the United States of America, and support our military movements, whatever decisions we made. That's what they did.
They
When we
did
were
not
attacked-
need the auspices
When we
of
were
Article 5
attacked
to do
on
that.
9/11.
They did
In
not
9/11,
need
we
the
were attacked.
auspices of Article 5 to intervene
They
on the
invoked
side of the United States
Article
in the war,
5
in the Gulf War.
after 9/11.
That was not a
They-
necessity.
I didn't listen. Hello, old man. We're not talking about the Gulf War.
Hey, stupid
Talking
young
about
man.
9/11.
Tell me what I said wasn't true.
9/11.
Hey, stupid
9/11.
dumbass fool kid. What did I say that
9/11.
wasn't true?
They weren't talking about the Gulf War.
Man, you're an
Article 5
imbecile.
was
I swear to
invoked
God,
after
and a punk on
9/11.
top of it.
Yeah, it's Mr. Pink for you, sir. But anyway, it was invoked after the country was attacked in 9/11.
And Article 5 was not necessary to do that. If they wanted to send troops to intervene and aid us, they didn't have to invoke Article 5 because no NATO country was involved in being attacked.
No, that's not true. Are you
That's
stupid?
not
All
true.
right, tell me what NATO country was attacked by Saddam Hussein.
Listen, what NATO is
Will you
there?
please answer me that, please?
Listen, you dumbass. What they there for is to add aid and support in whatever way they
And y'all
can.
just say anything.
They're there to add aid and support whatever they can. It
Yeah.
wasn't no damn a NATO country was an attack. What the fuck is you talking about?
Have you read the NATO treaty? Have you ever read
I
it?
just showed you the NATO website.
No. I didn't say that. I said if you read the NATO treaty, that's what obligates us. The treaty.
You know what? I don't know.
The treaty does not require any NATO nation to intervene on behalf of another if it is not attacked, if it's not one of the countries that is attacked without provocation.
That ain't what happened.
I mean, I wish you'd read the treaty instead of just making shit up.
What the hell do you call 9/11? Hello, I'm speaking to you, old man. What do you call 9/11?
Hey, stupid punk. Hey, stupid punk. Nobody ever determined a sovereign nation attacked the United States in 9/11. The Afghanistan, the Taliban in Afghanistan were not the ones designated to attack the World Trade Center.
Article 5
They
was
just
invoked.
went send back Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, Article 5 was invoked.
So, I mean, so
And
that's
they
it.
all
United
went to-
States,
and they
United
all
States
went to
attacked
Afghanistan with us.
Afghanistan, not Afghanistan attacked the United States.
All right, so listen, and whoever's
Yeah.
listening on the show here, here's the NATO website again. I keep telling Sarge to go to this goddamn thing, and here's where Article 5 was invoked after 9/11. The 9/11 terrorist attack. The United States was the object of a brutal terrorist attack on 11 September 2001. The alliance of 1999 strategic concept had already identified terrorism as one of its risks affecting NATO's security. Alliance response to 9/11, however, saw NATO engage in the actively in the fight against terrorism and launched its first operation outside the Euro-Atlantic area and began far-reaching transformation of its capabilities. Moreover, it led NATO to invoke Article 5 of the North Atlantic Treaty for the very first time in its history. An act of solidarity. On the evening of 12 September 2001, less than 24 hours after the attack, the Allies invoked the principles of Article 5. Then NATO Secretary General Lord Robertson subsequently informed that the Secretary General of the United Nations of the Alliance decision, the North Atlantic Council, NATO's principal political decision-making body, agreed that if determined that the attack was directed from abroad against the United States, it would be regarded as an act of covered up under Article 5. So the invocation of Article 5, as you described it, is fucking wrong, Sarge. On October the 2nd.
Again, all you do is describe and attack that NATO decided to exceed its mandate. And so you're saying that NATO exceeded its mandate, and that's okay with you if it's okay with the United States. You're really a big stooge for the United States now, aren't you?
On 2nd, I live here, motherfucker. On 2nd October.
So you just said the NATO exceeded its mandate, and you're fine with that.
On October the 2nd, once the council has been briefed.
You just keep repeating talking points.
Once the council has been briefed on the results of the investigation into the 9/11 attacks, it was determined that they were regarded as action covered up under Article 5. By invoking Article 5, NATO members showed their solidarity towards the United States and condemned in the strongest possible way the terrorist act against the United States. Now, I'm not going to go and read it, but you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
And again, they exceeded their mandate.
You're wrong, nigga. You're wrong. You're wrong. Just say you're wrong. God damn.
No, I'm not going to say I'm wrong. You're full of shit. That's what I'll say about you.
Jesus
they
Christ.
Exceeded their mandate.
Listen, your argument was NATO allies wasn't attacked. NATO allies wasn't attacked. That ain't the reason for invoking Article 5 of fucking NATO, you idiot. They did it in an act of solidarity. It says it right there, Sarge. God damn. Shit.
Well, I never seen such a big fucking stooge in my life.
Oh, now I'm a stooge.
You're a stooge.
Article
5 says this. The parties agree that an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America shall be considered an attack against them all, and consequently they agree that if such an armed attack occurs, each of them, in exercise of the right of individual collective self-defense recognized by Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, will assist the party or parties so attacked by taking forthwith individually and in concert with the other parties such actions as it deems necessary, including the use of armed force to restore and maintain the security of the North Atlantic area.
Listen, motherfucker, you just said the same thing that happened on 9/11 because you just read your first fucking sentence was the party agree that an armed attack against one or more of them in Europe or North America shall be considered attack against them all. So that's what the fuck happened on 9/11, Sarge. Good Lord. The fuck? I just read what the fuck you just read. Good Lord.
Yeah, at a certain point, this just devolves into, a bunch of monkeys throwing shit, man. I mean, all night. It's been a parade of monkeys throwing
NATO.
shit, man.
It's fucking NATO, and they signed that treaty to support one another. That's just, just basic fucking language. That's what the hell they do. They join this fucking gang or whatever, however you want. They join the club. They join a group to protect one another on the world stage. And if one of them gets attacked, then they all get attacked, and they there to protect each other. Yeah. And for some reason, a guy that used to be in the police officer or used to be in the the military or went to Vietnam, why the fuck he don't know this common basic shit? I don't know. It's just stupid to me.
Well, he doesn't know history. He thinks he does. But I've never seen a bunch of dudes
that Afghanistan in the North Atlantic area.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Since when is Afghanistan in the North Atlantic area?
That's not what happened.
Since when is Afghanistan in the North Atlantic area?
Why? How come Trump supported?
Why can't you answer a fucking question?
Afghanistan wasn't attacked, you moron.
Nigga, it says including the use of armed force to restore and maintain the security of the North Atlantic area.
Like I said,
that's what it says in Article 5.
Monkey show shit for attention.
You acting like Donald Trump when he went into court this morning.
This nigga can't answer either. He can't got to change the subject.
Sarge, look, your boy, he's just.
Hey, old man, answer the fucking question.
No, I'm not. Listen, he's a loser, Sarge.
It's banana time at the monkey house now.
You want me to call you young man?
I mean, that's what I got. You niggas are like nothing I've ever seen, man. You are the most. You are the most unempirical bastards I've ever seen in life.
Monkey a banana.
I mean, if all evidence is meaningless to you.
Sarge,
when it doesn't agree with you, what you want to believe.
Do you want me to call you young man?
Go ahead, man.
Sarge, the whole thing is this, Sarge. I don't know what color. You need to borrow somebody's other eye, like eyes. Pop out your eyeballs and put some other people's eyeballs in your eye socket. Because you are like blind to the fact, like Flavor Flav said. You're blind to the fact. That's you. Damn, Sarge.
Okay, so you guys want to tell me about Article 5. I'll tell you what Article 5 says. You change the subject. Now you want to talk about me taking my eyes out. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, Sarge, seriously. No, Sarge. You know, you claim, like I said, you claim, and even Tyrone has almost like scolded me for giving you any kind of credit. But I give you some type of credit, right? I say, damn, you know what? Sarge put in some time in, you know, so he has to, you know, have some type of knowledge or something, right? And you know what, Sarge? With all the years of your experience, Sarge, come on, you should know better, bro. That's what I'm saying. You should know better.
Well, I know a thing or two about NATO, given the fact that I was part of its defense plans. And I'm telling you right now, I don't give a motherfucker about NATO trying to drag my country into a fight in Europe that the Europeans should be able to take care of their goddamn selves. I don't want to have nothing to do with it. I don't want any of my countrymen to have nothing to do with it either.
No, that is not what this is about. This is about the NATO alliance, right? And Donald Trump threatening it in his political speeches and saying if the smaller countries with the lower GDP don't pay as much as the United States paid, then he's going to invite Russia to do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
Do what you want, yeah. You want
I mean,
to take
come
their
on,
money?
Sarge.
And that's the way the mafia is. Listen, the mafia is like that. They tell you, and we know that. He's a wannabe mafia. Let's get it right. He's not a mob boss. A lot of people say he ain't no fucking mob boss. He's a wannabe mob boss because he's trying to play the same shit he did with Zelensky. Like, oh, well, you know, if you take care of me, then I'll take care of you. If you want me to protect your country, then I need you to do this. Like, nah. He tried to play that game, Sarge. It ain't work. NATO, oh, well, you know, they don't protect, they don't pay up, then we're not going to protect you. Like, that's the way mafia works. But again, I want to be real clear on this line. He's a fucking wannabe. The mafia don't fuck with him. They would have killed him a long time ago. He would have played it. If he would have played any of the mafia people, I guarantee you that any business he's done with mafia people that constructed his shit, he paid their ass on time. Because he would have been fucking found in a river. He knows who to play the game with, but he sees that half of America is stupid like you, Sarge. They're going to take advantage. Keep giving your donation each month because he's going to need it. He's going to need it. $370 million down the pipeline tomorrow, Sarge. It might be that decision tomorrow. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, it was Joe Biden that blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. Now, I'm going to tell you another thing, too, man. I will agree with you that Donald Trump's remarks were intemperate, and he should not have said them. Now, I will say that again in case you didn't hear me. His remarks were intemperate, and he should not have said them. However, I think they had the desired result of getting these bastards in NATO with their goddamn European welfare states to pay up more of their fair share. And after he made that remark, they started to put more money in, which made NATO stronger. So even though he shouldn't have said it in the manner that he did, it got the desired result.
That's not true.
You rather have NATO or you rather have more military men in those areas, Sarge? What you think?
I want Europe to take care of its own self. That's what I want.
Well, this is the thing. Unfortunately, since the way this country runs, right, that has the most bases than anybody, Sarge, our country that is the top of the line, as much as we love it and hate it, the reality is that this is the country that runs shit. A lot of people is watching, and they depend on the United States with the economy and everything. Sarge, so the United States strategically have placed bases, has built relationships with other countries for their, what they say, security interests, right? And a lot of it is financial. Right now, what's going on with the Houthis and the blowing up the shit with Saudi Arabia, right next door to Saudi Arabia going into Israel, right? It boils down to this, Sarge. We have a military in Asia We got alliances in Asia. Should we pick up, pack up, and say fuck it, and just come back home? And all the bases around the country that have to do with strategic security and commerce, monetary purposes. What do you think? Talk to me.
I think we should eliminate as many military bases as we can, consistent with an examination by the legislature to decide to defund them, because that's where it all goes. If the United States legislature makes a decision after careful examination of what is in our best strategic interest, I'm certain they can defund any number of these bases overseas. Maybe not all of them, but many of them.
Which ones are the priorities to you that are the ones that they should leave right now? Let's see. What are the top 5 you want to say we shouldn't be at?
I would probably leave the bases in Germany. I might leave the stations, the ones that are based in the United Arab Emirates, maybe in Saudi Arabia. I would leave the Panama Canal Zone, Guantanamo Bay alone, and maybe a couple others I haven't really thought about yet. But most of the others, hell, I'd dismantle them and send them home. I'd put them troops on the border.
Well,
that's more important to me than bases overseas.
Right. But, well, I mean, you got two things going on, right? You have, or a couple of things, but just if you want to say Panama, right? You said Panama, which is, there's not a war zone. But strategically, America runs that canal. It owns that canal, right?
After the Chinese do, they got the lease on it.
Yeah, but the U.S. runs the shit, right?
Troops in the region, that's all.
Right, but would you say that the U.S. oversees what's coming in and out of Panama?
I think the Panama Canal is a strategic asset that we are obligated to protect. So when you talk about that one, I have no problem with keeping troops there to at least act as a tripwire, if nothing else.
So so then you got to scratch that off. Now Saudi Arabia, right? Why are we in Saudi Arabia, Sergeant?
I think there is a reason to keep them there in order to show them that we have a commitment to their protection, even though they ought to be able to protect themselves. They got enough money to create an armed forces capable of doing whatever it needs to for the region. They're fully capable of creating an armed forces that can take care of their own needs. But since they haven't, I'd say, okay, leave the American troops in that region.
So that's 2.
Try to convince them that they should.
That's 2 that you took back that you say we should be there.
Now, I didn't say to take them. I never said to take them all out. I said I'd leave a few there. I said I'd get rid of many of them, if not most of them.
Now, what about the other places? What is the reason for
Germany?
You to
okay, for the purposes of the NATO alliance, a presence in Germany, that would be in Central Europe. We already got South America covered with the Panama Canal Zone. We got the Middle East covered with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. All right? And we got, of course, North America's covered. Australia and New Zealand can take care of themselves. We don't need to send anything over in that area. We don't need to have anything over there. On the dew line over there near Alaska and around the Greenland, troops there too, because that is the roof of the world, and that's a strategic route through Alaska through the Bering Straits and into North America. So I leave troops in that region too, and that's pretty much it.
Hey, there is nowhere on the internet or anywhere else where NATO increased their spending due to the fact that Trump made those threats. As a matter of fact, I'll try to explain this one more time. The United States GDP is high, and these other countries, we're paying 2% of our GDP, and it's happened to be 16% of what NATO military budget is. And because the other countries have a low GDP, if they're paying 1% or 2%, that's because of their GDP. Donald Trump wanted everybody to pay 16%, which would have been fucking overspending for fucking NATO, but because their GDPs aren't that high. Sarge can't grasp that concept yet until I show him this chart again, but people are paying what they there's only a few countries that's not making their payments to NATO of 2% of their GDP, and it's just a lie that Donald Trump is telling about NATO to get Sarge and them to repeat that dumb shit. It's just a lie. I don't know how else to
I mean, I think NATO is
I don't know
necessary, so
what
we
it
have
is
that.
about you and mathematics. I don't know what problem you have with math. You just said that some countries are only paying 1% of the GDP. The requirement is not the amount of money; it is the percentage of the gross domestic product.
No.
Even though Poland
you
has
got it wrong.
let me finish.
You got it wrong. You got it wrong. Listen,
Even
what I'm saying is
Poland
1% of the NATO's listen.
than the United States does. It pays a higher percentage of its GDP than the United States does, even though the United States pays more money. But they pay a higher percentage of their GDP than the United States does.
No, it's not.
It's the percentage of the gross domestic product, not the total amount of money that matters.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is that NATO got this defense budget that they put all their money into, right? And what I'm trying to tell you is that 16% that I'm telling you coming from the United States, that goes into there. And let's say France got 5% that goes into there. All of that for all these countries add up to 100. And because the United States budget is bigger, we have to pay 16 because our GDP is bigger. And because let's say France is smaller, they have to pay 5 because their GDP ain't as big as ours. So that's the way it works at NATO. It's not like
they don't compute each member's contribution by a percentage of the whole that is expected to be received.
That's exactly what they do. I just had the chart up earlier.
They can exceed that amount if they wish to.
Yes, they
but
can.
They're supposed to make the minimum.
They can. But I just had the chart up
How
earlier.
do you know they can't?
I said
all
they
do is
can.
cut some of their fucking welfare, and they could.
Listen, I said they can pay more. But what I just had the chart up earlier, you didn't look at it, and that's exactly what it explained. So I'll try to find it again, and I'll share it with you.
Well, I got a chart that shows the amount of contributions, and they've been steadily going up. I got the chart. I'm looking at it right now. It came from that NATO Wealth site you were talking about. They're talking about the percentage of GDP paid over the years, and you can see that it's been going up steadily over the last 6 years.
Yeah,
So
that was before Trump. Listen, the NATO increase in spending, it looked like it came from Europe, and it was going up before Trump. So Trump's claims of his threats making an increase, that's just not true, Sarge. And if you're looking at the same thing that I'm looking at, you can see that Trump's threats didn't make a goddamn difference.
Okay, I am looking at a graph that shows defense expenditure has a share of gross domestic price. And it shows the years of contributions from 2014 to 2023. And if you look at the graph, and I'm sure you can read a basic line graph, it's been going up every year.
But when did Trump become president?
The amount has been going up. I'm looking at the chart right now.
When did Trump
Canada, Portugal, Czechoslovakia, Germany, Denmark, Norway, Netherlands, Albania, Croatia, Bulgaria, North Macedonia, Montenegro, France, Slovak Republic, United Kingdom, Latvia, Hungary, Romania, Finland, Lithuania, Estonia, Greece, United States, and Poland. Every single one of them is going up steadily.
When did Trump become president?
2016.
And the trend line started in 2014. You just said that.
I just said it's been going up ever since then.
Which means Donald Trump. Listen, which means Donald Trump.
You look at the most precipitous rise. It started in the Trump years.
It did not, Sarge. You're lying now. Look, I got the trend on the screen, guys. He's lying.
I know what the Stoltenberg, the NATO chief said, and he said that Donald Trump was right about many of the things he said about NATO. Now, he's the NATO chief. You just don't want to give him credit for anything.
But Donald Trump don't know he don't know his ass from a hole in the ground, Sarge. No, I'm not going to give him credit for shit.
The NATO chief might know a thing or two about NATO. He doesn't agree with you. He agrees with Trump. Stoltenberg is his name.
I'm trying to find this chart I had up earlier. I can't find it, guys. Oh, well. I'll have to find it another time. But, I mean, it breaks it down. Because their GDP ain't big, they're not going to pay 16% of NATO's defense budget. They're just not. And that's just not going to happen. But
I didn't
dumbass
say
Donald
they were
Trump,
supposed to
shut
pay
up.
that of their budget. They're supposed to pay it of their own GDP, their individual country's GDP.
Okay, now think about that. If their own GDP is much less than fucking the United States of America, and the United States is paying 16% of NATO's defense, they're not going to be paying 16% of NATO's defense. They're going to be paying less. Do you get it?
I didn't. You keep misinterpreting what I say every single time I tell you what I just said. I didn't say that.
Well, that's what Donald Trump wanted. Donald Trump. Listen, Donald.
So in other words, it's going to vary from year to year because their GDP will vary from year to year.
But not that much. Hold on.
It depends on the country.
Yeah, it does. And I swear, I wish I could find that chart again, man. And then it breaks it down perfectly. NATO expenditure guidelines. I can't find it. I had it up earlier. You're gonna have to go back, rewind the damn show, but I had it up.
Look, NATO wouldn't need near as much money as they think they need if they weren't poking a Russian bear. I don't know why they think.
The overall
I don't
thing.
know why they keep doing that.
Well, the overall thing I'm saying, the reason that they poking the Russian bear because it's a fucking goddamn dictatorship and we're a democracy. I mean, get the fuck out of here. I mean,
oh please, Zelensky's imprisoning his political opponents. He's suppressing the Orthodox religion in Ukraine. He's doing all kind of things akin to what a dictator does. And he's telling me what a Democrat he is. Oh, spare me. He's acting like a dictator's damn self. Stop it. Zelensky's like Winston Churchill now. Shit.
Okay, what the fuck ever. You know what? You just loses it. You just goes over the top with
Make
this
shit up and I respond to what you got to say. You don't know what to say after that because all you know is talking points.
Oh, here we go right here. Look, I want you to pay attention to the screen right now. This says cost share arrangement for civil budget, military budget, and NATO security investment program, right? So I want, and I just went over this earlier. Because the Germany's GDP is what it is, they have to pay 16% of this goddamn cost share arrangement, right? The United States, the same thing. They have to pay 16% of this cost share arrangement. Donald Trump was wanting everybody to pay 16%, which was dumb. If France's GDP is not as much as the United States of America, then France can't pay 16%. The only thing France can pay is 10% if that's 2% of their GDP. Same thing for Italy and the rest of these countries. Do you get it now?
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that simply because the numbers are going to be greater or lesser, if each country pays the same percentage of the GDP, that's a reason to disregard the 2% of the GDP requirement?
That is not what I said. But
that sounds like it to me.
Look at the bottom down here. All of these countries.
So you're telling me that Germany? Look, I don't agree with Trump that they should all pay 16% of the GDP.
That's what he's asking for.
I think that's crazy. I don't agree with that. I have to agree with everything he says.
That's what the fuck he's asking for.
I said that he should pay at least what the treaty suggests they ought to pay.
And they are paying 2%, or they are trying to achieve.
Look, I don't have to agree with everything Trump says, and I don't.
Okay, but they're trying to achieve the 2%, and that's why I read you this little paragraph earlier.
All right,
when it says, listen.
Hey, look, hey, you know what? When I got a budget and I got money crunches, I have to decide and I got to prioritize.
Okay, look, hold on. I'm getting ready to answer your question.
Ought to be a bigger priority than a lot of stupid welfare programs.
Listen. Here is the guidelines for NATO, and they 2%.
Yeah, I know it. I've seen it.
No, listen. Shut up. It said allies whose current proportions of the GDP spent on defense is below the level will halt any decline, aim to increase the defense expenditure in real terms as GDP grows, and aim to move towards the 2% guideline within a decade with a view to meeting their NATO capability targets and filing NATO's capability shortfalls. So they already have rules in place to take care of the shortfalls, Sarge. All of this shit that Donald Trump is talking about on the campaign trail is bullshit.
So
and I will share this chart with you.
That any nation that can't meet the 2% guideline is able to plead poverty as an excuse not to present their 2% minimum.
No,
I
that's
ain't talking about 16%. I don't think they should have to pay 16%. So don't include me in that belief.
Well, I'm trying to tell you
Then they
that
ought to maintain 2%.
Okay,
no matter
listen.
what else is occurring in their budget.
Okay, so look at Hungary. Look at Hungary, right? Hungary is point 7526 of this cost share arrangement, right? If Hungary's GDP allows them to have 0.725%, and that's 2% of their GDP, that's all the fuck they can pay. What we
well, that's
need,
all they have to pay. That's all I've been saying.
Right.
Why are you
So-
agreeing with me and arguing with me?
So now we need to find the countries that has fallen short on this list.
And the only countries that fall short are those that don't meet 2% of their GDP. They
Right.
can't plead poverty as a reason not to pay 2 cents out of every dollar.
But the way Donald Trump is looking at it is like most of the NATO countries.
I don't agree with Donald Trump. How many times I got to tell you?
That's why you're arguing, because you're agreeing with Putin
If he
invading
said
these goddamn
16% of
countries.
GDP, I do not agree with it. When you listen,
Jesus Christ.
stop trying to hold me responsible for something I don't agree with.
Okay, you know what?
Damn.
I can't. I just.
I
put
know
a
I
link-
see what we're fucking arguing about. I told you, I don't agree with everything Donald Trump says.
Let's see if I can.
When you get
Google
that through your thick head.
what countries?
I
NATO.
do not think that NATO countries should have to spend 16% of their GDP on NATO. That is prohibitively expensive. But they can spend 2 cents out of every dollar.
Okay, so here
Okay, how
is.
poor they
Hold
are.
on, listen. Here's a good little chart that I just found, right? And I just asked the shortfalls of NATO, the alliance, right? So France ain't making the 2%, but they're paying 1.9. What is that? Montenegro is paying 1.87. North Macedonia is paying 1.87. Bulgaria 1.84. Croatia 1.79. These people are not falling short because they're not paying they fucking due. Do you understand that? Donald Trump is out there saying that they're not paying. Now, what the rules into NATO is what we just read is that they need to put this into effect to where they need to come up with their shortfalls over a 10-year period. That's what needs to happen. And they already have rules in place. It's not have Russia invade these motherfuckers and make them pay. Good Lord.
Is 1.35% 2%? Do you have a trouble
No,
with math?
it's not. That's a shortfall.
Okay,
I mean,
well, they're not paying their fair share.
okay, they're not, Sarge, but there's rules.
What they're paying you.
Listen, motherfucker, there's
Let
rules.
them figure out how to make more money then.
Okay, well,
That's
okay.
on them.
You know what? I don't know what.
God damn, since when do you get to
Okay,
plead
so
poverty?
here's a
Wait a
scenario.
minute. Since when you get to plead poverty and not pay a debt?
Okay, here's a scenario, and let me just use your poverty example since you keep pumping it up. Let's say, and you just looked at Canada. They paid. Is that Canada? They paid 1.38, right? Let's use Canada, and that's what they gave NATO for their defense. So let's say Canada has this extreme poverty level, right? And they're using that money for housing, for food, for type of weatherization, all that kind of stuff. And when they count their budget for their GDP, they fall short, and now all they can give NATO is 1.38. What they did do is they fed their goddamn people, but they gave NATO what they can give NATO, Sarge. I'm not a country budgetist, but I mean, sometimes you have to look at things from other than a household fucking budget. You know, I mean, that's just the way it is. Countries have a different budget than what, you and I would.
Well, I'll tell you what they can do. If they can't pay up, let them quit NATO, and because they're not living up to their obligations.
You're looking at it as a
They can leave the treaty then.
You're looking at
They'll
it as
have to pay
personal.
shit if they leave. It's that hard on them, and they can't put up their fair share. Let them leave the treaty then. Then they
Well,
have
you're
to pay
looking at it
nothing.
as personal finances again, and that's just not the way to look at that shit. I don't know
Oh,
what else
it's
to
not?
say about that.
Yeah, so let's just keep taking up the slack. 'Cause the American taxpayers are suckers.
We're what?
We're suckers.
Oh.
We get to pay
Well,
this
I
tax
mean,
first.
we're suckers to our own government. I agree with you on that. It ain't
All right, well then we need to stop that. Let's minimize that if we can.
All right, well, look, guys. Sergeant kept me on here
They
long
get the
enough.
protection of the NATO umbrella without having to put up with the responsibilities of that protection.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Sergeant kept me on here long enough, and I'm getting ready to get off here, guys. YouTube, you can call in. And Sarge, I'm gonna have to talk to you later, brother.
All right, well, think a little bit. Try thinking. It might do you some good.